then you go to Deuteronomy 25:9, and the law states about what one should do pertaining to his brother had been passed away, and he had a wife. That the brother was to do what was the law of the brother, which is to take his wife and give her a seed for his sake. Right, so a lot of it has to do, the thread and the latchet have to do with redeeming and keeping the inheritance going.
Yeah, because then you go all the way to the New Testament with Jesus, and we see again John telling whose shoes, Latchet, I'm not worthy to unloose. Not worthy.
Exactly.
Not without Jesus, and so without that promise, Look at that. Celebration and everything. No.
Yeah, it did remind me of all that too with the kinsmen. And it also, the shoes of peace, preaching, washing each other with the feet, or washing each other with the gospel, right? Washing your feet.
Yeah, and then you think about the twins that Tamar bore to Judah. There was only one that the scarlet thread was wrapped around his wrist, right? And that was Zerah. But we see something that happens again. A wrestling occurred in the womb, and Zerah was pulled in, and Perez breached the womb and came out to signify, claiming something that you're not ready for. But Zerah spent an extra, obviously we're talking a whatever, couple seconds, couple of minutes in the womb, but it's all showing the one that was prepared to receive the inheritance. The other one breached the womb and came out before, claiming something he was not ready for. That's kind of the understanding of the story that I got so far. Obviously, Trot has a further knowledge and wisdom pertaining to the matter, but so that's just kind of what I was seeing with the thread and the latchet and kinsmen redeeming and keeping the inheritance going, basically.
What about Jacob and Esau? Heel catcher, right? Whether that has something to do with it.
What are y'all talking about?
Yeah. Remember what I text you, right? Genesis 14.
Yeah.
So it talks about the story of Melchizedek, but on verse 23, it talks about a shoe latchet and a thread. So I was just talking about that. It threw me off. Yeah.
All right.
From verse 17.
Yeah, what'd you say? 14 what?
So 14:23.
Yeah. Yeah, so
but
20.
I already read since 17. So
you what?
So I started at verse 17 and I read the story.
Okay.
You know how Abraham gave a tithe to Melchizedek, and it goes on, and then it shows Abraham saying to the king of Sodom, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I've made Abraham rich.
Yeah, so
actually that's the king of Sodom talking.
Yeah, so after his return, king and Melchizedek, king. All right, so Melchizedek, king of Salem, right? Which, if you go look that word up, that's where you get the word shalom from.
Yeah, peace.
Right? And right, so he's a king of peace. All right, so we got we got Melchizedek. Just go look up the name Melchizedek. And then what is Melchizedek? I'm gonna make sure I drink out of my very tiny descaled cup for everyone to see. very,
So it's
very.
basically meaning, well, the meaning it says, my king is Sedek, but it means peace.
Means peace.
Do what now? Say again.
King of peace.
Which is in Hebrews.
Or righteousness, my bad.
Hebrews 7?
Yeah.
Is that what you guys talking about?
We're in Genesis 14, 17. Okay, so Melchizedek means what? Because you're saying 10,000.
King of righteousness.
Yeah, king of righteousness, right? Okay, but it ain't wrong to say king of peace, but whatever. King of righteousness. Okay, so now we're talking about righteousness, but we're talking about righteousness in the Bible. This is what I always tell people. This is not just merely meaning the word right in America, however you want. In the Bible, names actually have a straightforward meaning. They have, and I'm talking about in God's sight. I don't know why people keep missing this. There are two sights.
Hebrews says he's the king of righteous after the king of Salem, which is the king of peace.
Right. Right. Exactly. Which is the king of peace. And it's like, now we're talking about the word peace in the Bible. There's only one peace in the Bible. There's only one. And it's the way God sees what peace is. So, in this world, we can use peace however we want. But in the Bible, we can't use peace however we want. We use peace for what the word peace means. And that's between, and again, I'm talking about in God's sight. And that's between peace between man and God. So when the angel appeared, when to the man that were watching over the flock, the peace on earth, talking about the birth of Jesus. And you'll hear people use this and say, there ain't no peace on earth. We still got wars. And it's like, bro, that's not what the angel ain't talking about that, bro. The angel is talking about the birth of the Messiah and everything relevant to that. So when he said peace on earth, he's talking about this is the peace on earth. Him, he's the peace, but he's the peace between man and God. Before, there was no peace between man and God. The Bible says that we were God's enemy. So there's no peace. But now that peace has came, right? Moses gave the law, but grace and peace, grace and love, Jesus came is the point, is what's being said, right? Jesus came. The law was, but Jesus came. That's what that is saying, talking about grace and peace and love. He came now. So the angel said, peace on earth. And then we come here to Melchizedek, and people read this without using the Bible in its entirety, which you should be using the entire Bible so you can understand exactly what's going on. And it says, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him after he returned from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest. So was he king and priest? Is that what this is saying?
Correct. Yes.
So the guy's name that means king of righteousness, king of peace, he's the king and the high priest. And it says that he brought him forth bread and wine. And I don't know how many times we have to look at how Jesus is constantly talking about bread and wine. He even uses
the analogy between him and Jesus? Because I don't think Melchizedek is Jesus. Jesus holds all the titles of king, priest, and priest. What's the other one? And prophet.
Yeah. So
shadow of Jesus.
Well, yeah. So let's get there because we just started, right? So this is what we can say. How many? I'm talking about in the Bible. Like, okay, in God's eyes, who is the Prince of Peace or the King of Peace? Who is that?
Well, Jesus.
Well, I'm asking love.
Who is the King of Peace?
Yeah. Who is that?
Well, that'll be God himself.
Okay, is right, which is Jesus. Okay, so when we see shadows of Jesus in the Bible, it's not talking about anybody else. There is no other King of Peace, because the only peace that God is referring to when it's referring to Jesus is between God and man, that there is now peace between God and man. And there's only one that brings that peace, and that's God himself, Jesus. There's only one. So when you're seeing a story like this in the Old Testament, it was 100% pointing to Christ. That's the whole point. It's pointing to Christ. Who else is it pointing to?
Well, it's pointing to Christ, but Melchizedek, Are you trying to say Melchizedek is Jesus, or he's a type of Jesus?
Well, the thing is, let's see, 18, it goes all the way to 24, and you go straight to the jugular because you're used to people say about this, and you're not letting me finish. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
okay,
I think what's happening a lot of times is we've heard someone else talk about like a story or whatever, and I hate to say it, but 9 times out of 10 they destroyed it. They completely ruined what is supposed to be said about a lot of these stories. And I've heard a lot of people try to explain a lot of shadows in the Old Testament, and they completely ruin it. Like they just dump on it. Like it's so bad. 100 points to make, they make 2, right? So for instance, Melchizedek means King of Peace. That's Jesus right there. And everybody's like, what? What are you talking about? And don't go over no points. Nothing. They just say, well, faith come by hearing. I didn't hear nothing but Jesus' name, and I'm already saved. So if someone's already saved and all you're saying is Jesus, they're like, okay, well, I don't understand, So I know exactly what people say about this verse. Okay. I'm just saying, I just wanted to make sure that you at least knew that this was pointing to Jesus. So that part is true. It is pointing to Jesus. And we'll go over the arguments that people use, whether it is or isn't the actual Jesus. We'll go over the points, but let's finish going over. So 18, it says that that he brought forth bread and wine, and Jesus used this at the Last Supper, right? Bread and wine, right? Do this in remembrance of me. So he brings this out, and if you don't know that the bread is the word, right? Bread of life, and the wine is also the new wine. It's the new wine from the new land, from the promised land. When the spies went into the land of Canaan, they came back out with a cluster of grapes so big they had to put it on a staff. It was representing from the new land, right? From the promised land. And in here we have do what?
That's the new covenant, right?
It's a new covenant, the new wine. So we have 18 that Melchizedek brings bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. Okay. And it says, and he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thy enemies into thy hand, and he gave him tithes of all. Okay, so who gave who tithes?
Abraham.
We're not, bro. Can you answer me in a complete sentence? Who gave who tithes?
Abraham gave tithes to Melchizedek.
Nah. This says God, which hath delivered thine enemies into thine hand, and he gave him tithes of all.
All right, we can't move forward. God. We can't move forward until we come into agreement, because for some reason, this is where people get stuck right here. Who gave who tithes? So everybody take a moment to read it to make sure that you're understanding who gave who tithes before you just start throwing answers out there, because we already got 3 of them already.
I read this already.
I know, but then let everybody else read it, bro.
All right.
Jeez.
It says Melchizedek gave the bread and wine?
No, the tithes. Who gave the tithes?
Oh, sorry.
Anybody else want to answer? Who gave who tithes here?
Avram.
Bro,
gave
I said
tithes to
anybody
Melchizedek.
but Flip. Anybody else, I said. Anybody else.
Jeez. I'm going with God because what would Abraham have to give to God?
All right.
I'll go with Abraham. But I know later on it says that Levi tithed.
Okay, let's not jump all over the place. What's your answer? What's your answer, sir? Huh?
Abraham
what? Abraham what?
gave tithes.
To who?
Melchizedek.
All right. So we got 2 Abraham gave. We got 1 God. Love, what you got?
I said Abraham giving tithes of the
Okay.
land.
All right. So 20 says, So 20 says, or I'm sorry, 18 says that he brought out bread and wine, and it says that he was the high priest. It doesn't say that Abraham was the high priest. It says that Melchizedek was the high priest. And the tithes are given to who in the Bible?
The high priest.
The high priest. Okay, so this is why it's important to understand the Bible in its entirety, because the Bible's not going to go against itself unless there is a context. There's something else happening in context. It's funny that someone will see something and say, oh, you said that it always did this. And when you go look in context, they're wrong about what they're reading. That's not really what it's saying. And there are some things that, and I will say there are some things that look like they're not 100% like going with each other. But when you start understanding the context of what's being said, it's the way we're reading it. So, okay. So it says that Melchizedek is the high priest. Then it says, and he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram, blah, blah, blah. So now the high priest is blessing Abram, which is rightful order. And it says, blessed be the Most High God, enemies. And then 21 says, hold on. My bad. Yeah, 20. The Most High God, which hath delivered thy enemies into thy hand, and he gave him tithes of all. That would be Abraham giving the high priest tithes, because that's where the tithes go, to the high priest. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, and who is the king of Sodom?
Melchizedek.
It's the king of Salem.
Oh yeah, my bad.
No.
Cherd Lamar, how do you say it? Chedolor. I don't know how to say his name.
It's Kedor Omar.
Yeah. Anytime I see a word, like for instance, like I'm going to purposely really mess this up, which I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right to begin with. But when I see a word like that, bro, I just say it and I keep reading. Like, like this is usually what people do. His return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, bro, all you have to do is this right here. His return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer and all the kings that were there with him. Just keep moving on, bro. There's no point of sitting here trying to act like you're going to learn how to pronounce this in 10 seconds. Everybody knows what word you're reading. No big deal. All right.
No, I hear what you did there, Trot. You asked everyone else so you could hear what sounded good to you, and you could repeat that instead of having to read it yourself.
No, I read it a while ago. But that's what I did. I went Chedorlaomer, and did anybody recognize what I did when I read that earlier?
Yeah, I did. Like, yo, what
I just said whatever it sounds like, and I keep going. I'm not claiming I know how to pronounce all the words. I just learned that it's a waste of time to sit here and be like I mean, I might do it every once in a while, but most of the time I just what?
My red pen ran out of ink a long time ago, so
yeah, it's all right. Red penners are usually wrong anyway. That's why I call them red penners. They're usually wrong anyway. They just like to look like they're smart with the red pen. All right, and it says, let's see, bless Most High, enemies. All right, so again, 20 says, and he gave him tithes. So Abram gave Melchizedek, the high priest, tithes. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, give me the persons that take the goods to thyself. So what does that mean? Give me the persons and take the goods to thyself? What are you talking about? Somebody go look up that word persons in Hebrew.
Yeah, persons in Hebrew, that's 5315. The word is nefesh.
What does it mean?
So basically, yeah, that means soul or self or creature.
Okay, so it's talking about people, correct?
People, yeah. Correct.
I just want to make sure that persons means persons.
Yeah.
Right? So this is Melchizedek. And he says, keep all the stuff, but give me the persons. And then, just to be clear, it's talking about a certain kind of people. It says souls.
Talking about the people that he helped or recaptured, right?
Yeah, well, he's given tithes, right? He's trying to give him tithes. And he says, oh, keep all the stuff. Give me the souls. Why? Why will Melchizedek say that? You know why that would be confusing? Let me ask you this. Why would this be confusing? Why would the things of the tithes, the goods of the tithes, why would that be told to Abram to keep it? Even though we know that the tenth, the tithes of goods is supposed to be given to the high priest. Bro, that is a fact. Why would Melchizedek tell him, keep that, just give me the souls?
Yeah, but that's not what Melchizedek is saying in that verse. It's actually the king of Sodom saying
the
that.
king of Sodom is telling Abraham to give him the persons.
My bad. I'm talking about the king of Sodom. My bad. I'm saying Melchizedek. I'm talking about the king that is speaking to Abram. I'm sorry, because the tenth goes to the high priest. But I'm referring to Sodom, not Salem, the other king. Why is he telling Abram, give me the persons? Go look up the king's name. I mean, if somebody wants to play with the pronunciation, y'all can again. I don't know.
Chedorlaomer.
I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, 3540. Handful of sheaves. That's what it means.
What's a sheave?
That's a bunch of wheat. Like a bunch of wheat.
It's wheat? Sheave is a wheat? Is that what it says?
I believe it is. Let me check.
Look, it'll tell you right there what it is.
Isn't it like bundles?
Oh,
Bundles of wheat.
y'all are killing me. Y'all are killing me. Chedorlaomer.
It's a stalk of grain gathered and tied into a bundle
There you go.
after harvesting.
There you go. A sheave is a stalk, right? It's a stalk, like it's a whole, yeah. All right. Is it wheat?
No, it doesn't say it's wheat. It just says it's a grain of
grain. Okay, yeah.
A stalk, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's almost like a measurement. Okay, so let me go to now. Give me the word for Sodom again. I used to have that one memorized.
5467. Sedom. It means burning.
Yeah.
To scorch. Burn.
Yeah. All right, and it says, let's see. Give me the persons, take the goods thyself. Let me go back to, matter of fact, let me go to,
He's talking about the reaping of the harvest, probably. Part.
yeah, but there's something, hold on, let me read this real quick.
I would say spiritually, a king is no king if he has no people, right? The persons, the people are what make a king a either good king or a bad king. And a king without his people is truly not a king because he has no dominion, because he has no inhabitants.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I read that. All right. Let me go back to where we're at. All right. Let me just finish reading this thing out because there was a point that I missed, but that's all right. All right. All right. Brrr. All right. So 21, I'm just going to read this over again. The king of Sodom said unto Abram, give me the persons and take the goods thyself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, okay, so the response obviously is important. He says, I have lifted up my hand unto the Lord, the Most High God. And it says, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich. Now, Abram is talking to who?
King of Sodom.
King of Sodom. So, and King of Sodom, who is this person? What's the reason that he would even be there in this conversation?
There was like a battle or something before this.
Well, if you look at the shadow, that shadow would be the enemy. So
It
yeah,
has something to do with Lot. I don't know if Lot was with that king or which of the kings Lot was with.
Yeah, so let's go. All right, let's just do this so we can get some context because there's something I want to say, and I don't think it's really going to make any sense unless we get some context here. So we know that, or let's just do this. Somebody just read 14:1, like just read all of 14 because we're kind of hopping to this part.
Yeah. So it says, and when Abraham heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed and trained his servants born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan.
Hey, where are you starting to read from?
14.
That's 14:1?
Oh, my bad. 14:1. My bad. Yeah. I thought you said verse 14.
No, 14:1.
Okay, so 14:1. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arak, king of Elarzar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemaber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the salt sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and the 13th year they rebelled. And that the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the king that were with him, and smote the Rephaim and Ashtaroth, Karanim, and the Zuzims and Ham, and the Emims, and the Shavekirathim, and the Horites in their Mount Zer, and the Elarpran, which is in the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that dwelt in Hazazon Tamar. And they went out of the king Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar. And they journeyed battle with them in the vale of Siddim, with Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, with Tidal, king of nations, and Amphrael, the king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elarzar, 4 kings with 5. And the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits. And the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abraham's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abraham the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, the brother of Eshcol, the brother of Aner. And these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the woman also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return
All right. We got it. All right. So check it out. So at the beginning of 14, it says that Chedorlaomer, king of Elam. Is that the same guy? Is that the same?
Wait, repeat the question?
Is that the same guy that we've been talking about?
Yeah, the king of Chedorlaomer. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So look right here.
Sodom, yeah.
Right here. Okay. But he becomes the king of Sodom. Correct?
Yeah. Correct.
All right. So right now, before this fight, he's king of Elam. So look up that word Elam.
Yeah. Okay, Elam.
Doesn't it mean like eternity?
I don't remember what it means. I'm gonna have to look it up, but it plays a significant role in why he's there with Melchizedek.
All right, so Elam is 5867, and the word is eternity.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Okay, so watch this. So this king of eternity, the king of the fire, or king of the burnt, or king of the scorched, or whatever. That's what he becomes king of, right? And so you got to ask yourself, why is this king, Melchizedek and Abram, why are they all standing around together? Why are they all hanging out? It's a pretty good question to ask yourself. You start looking
They're
at
having a bonfire, roasting marshmallows.
That's right. That's exactly what they're doing. They're Americans.
Yo, I was about to say the same thing.
They're Americans. Yeah. So, all right. So you got these three dudes together. We got one of them that's the king of peace. Another one's king of eternity and the king of fire. And then you have Abram.
So you have three and a man? Interesting.
I'm just saying, look, there's a lot of ways you can look at this, but the number one way that cannot be denied is what the names mean in the Bible. You cannot deny it. You can sit here and say you're reaching, but the truth is, if that's the case, you're reaching in every page of the Bible. Every page does this, and you're reaching. No, you're not reaching. You're putting out what's being presented. It's presented this way. Nobody's making these words up. So you happen to have a king of Elam, and he's not just king of Elam, he's king of Sodom now. Then you got Melchizedek. So you got three very distinct things happening here. And then you have Abram. And one of the names that's given to us is the high priest. So that's why Abram is there, to give tithes to the high priest.
Let me ask you, is the king of Sodom mentioned here? Because I don't see it. Chedorlaomer is not the king. He's the one that just got slaughtered from the context. So when somebody said that Chedorlaomer is the king of Sodom, he's incorrect.
Go to verse 9. Go to verse 9, Jesus.
What? Where are you reading from, Love? Where are you reading at?
Verse 17, he says, as after he returned from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, so king, looks like Abraham slaughtered Chedorlaomer, because he was the king of Sodom. By he take them captives, he took captives of Lot and them. But the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, so Lamar was destroyed. So now I'm trying to figure out who is the king of Sodom that you asked before. So somebody had told you, misinformed you. No, it's incorrect.
Go read from verse 9.
Hold on, let me go to 17 just to see what Love is saying. Okay, yeah, hold on a second. Then who's the king of Sodom? Did we miss the name?
It's actually
Exactly.
Bera and Bersha.
Yeah,
That's what it says.
go back to 14. Go back to 14.
Yeah, let me.
Oh, okay.
Go back to 14:1. It has to have that these made war with. Oh, hold on. All right, correct me with this then. Genesis 14:2, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom. So is Bera's the king of Sodom?
Yeah, I guess so. That's right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, but it
Genesis
doesn't.
14.
Okay,
that's where-
well, look, it's been a minute since I studied this, but that's why we got a Strong's Concordance. So let's back up. All right, so the king of Sodom. All right, let me see. And it came to pass in the days, king of Shinar, king of king. Okay, that these made war with Bera. Okay, yeah. So Cheladorlamer, all those guys made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with
Bera, son of evil, by the way.
son of evil. All right.
Yeah.
All right, let's make sure we get the story right. The names still have a meaning. Doesn't matter. All right. All right, so now we're saying that Bera is there with Melchizedek and Abram. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. He's joining league with something that is going to be destroyed.
Yeah, because it said because it says, and it came. Okay, so 14:1 says, and it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elazar, Cheladomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these, so those are the ones that we just read, that these made war with king of Sodom, Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admon. So those in verse 1 made war with the rest of them. That's where we're at. We're in agreement?
Yep.
All right.
10-4.
All right. All right. So let's look at this we're going to have to go back. All right. So now we got the king of Sodom. Okay, so, all right. What's the name of this dude again? Bera. What does it mean? What does his name mean?
It's son of evil.
Son of evil. And let me throw something out there to y'all. Let me throw something out there to y'all if y'all don't know. This is very important. Like when the Hebrews took over the promised land, and there was a main 5 kings that were there. And it says that they were hiding in a cave. And it says, and Joshua said, close the mouth of the cave. So they left the 5 kings that were hiding in the cave, and they went and slaughtered the whole land. And they came back, and Joshua slayed those 5 kings by himself. He did it by himself. And when you go look at the names, and I don't remember if it's all 5 of them, but 4 of them, I think for sure, they have names that belong to God. It's so weird. And that's why the land is getting taken over, because these things are in possession of something that's not theirs. Right? So God taking the land back. So they're king over some.
These demons are taking over, giving kings names associated to them.
Yeah. So let's go to it real quick.
Wow.
So look, let's go to it real quick. Let's go to Joshua 5, I think maybe, and we'll come right back to this. So it's still, I'll show you. Cheladamar, it says king of Elam. It's not a coincidence that he's king of eternity. The name of this king. It's not, because God takes possession of all the land back. At the end of the story of the whole Bible, God takes possession back of everything that was wrongfully taken from him through Adam, through the dominion of Adam from Satan, right? So look, let's go to, it might be Joshua 5. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but all right.
So
So
the kings of the Amorites, that story.
well, the ones where they all, oh no, 5 is the fall of Jericho. No, it's the ones where he hung all the kings on a tree. Let me go further. Let's. Yeah, so this is 10. Yeah, so it's Josh, and that's where he's still. So it says, matter of fact, somebody read it. Let me see where we need to start. All right, somebody start at 22. So Joshua 10:22. It's going to give us the name of the 5 kings right here that were hiding in a cave.
All right, so it says, then said Joshua, open the mouth of the cave and bring out those 5 kings unto me out of the cave. And they did so and brought forth 5 kings unto him out of the cave. The king of Jerusalem,
All right,
the king of Hebron.
all right. Hold on. So one of them is the king of Jerusalem. What is Jerusalem?
King of peace.
Right. So what does Jerusalem mean? Go look it up.
Yeah, so Jerusalem, H3389, that's the teaching of peace.
Teaching, right? Teaching. Okay.
That's
so,
what,
all right.
yeah.
Well, okay. But Jerusalem is in the promised land, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're taking it back. So notice these kings, even though these are physical men, is that they're fallen men. You understand? They're not men of God. They're fallen men. And they're in possession of a land that's not theirs, which means those fallen men, their father is Satan, which means these are men of Satan. And they're kings of these lands. And listen to the names of the lands. So you got one of them is Jerusalem. Mm-hmm. All right. And we got.
Is it demons trying to take possession of God's kingdom?
Well, that's what they were doing here, right? And so this, it's kind of radical, man, when you think about it, because God destroys giants, right? The Nephilim, right? It says he destroys them in the flood, the great flood. Okay. But actually it happens 3 times, right? Because the Bible says that there were flood in the days and after. So there were giants after the flood. Okay. There were giants after the flood. And we know that they were in this land because the spies told us that the sons of Anak were there. So, and they go, and we were grasshoppers in their sight. Now, it does say we were grasshoppers in their sight. That they saw them as nothing while they were there walking around. But that was the fear that was speaking out of the spies, other than the 2 that believed. That was fear speaking, because the 2 believed they can take it. But what I'm getting at is those are still the sons of Anak. The bloodline of the giants were in that place. So the first time God used the flood to destroy them, the second time he used the children of Israel, right? So now he's using a people to destroy them. And then later on, we see David and his men destroying some too, right? And that goes all the way back, pointing to God's heart. That's why David was called a man after God's own heart, because he was using David to destroy the last of these giants, because that's where Jesus was going to come through the bloodline of love, which it's not a coincidence. David's name means love. It's not coincidence at all. So names have a significant meaning in the entire Bible. So yes, the Satan was taking over the land constantly. He was always taking it over, but God always used the word to destroy them. And Jesus was the word of God, which is the final smackdown. So they tried, but it's over. Like, we know the story from here on out. Like, it's a done deal. But that's what
It goes back to Revelation. Satan's trying to take over. He takes over the temple. He takes over the city. He dominates it, and Jesus has to come back and reclaim it. Correct?
Yeah. So well, in Revelation, I know what area you're talking about. just some of the places in Revelation, some of those things, some of them has already happened, and some of them are going to happen again, and that's where a lot of people get confused. Which one of these things has already happened? Which one's going to happen again? And the truth is, everything has to cycle around. In the book of Revelation, you see things cycling around. So there is.
Are you referring to Revelation 16:16, where he stands on the mountain, and then Zechariah 14:4, where he splits the mountain? I'm sure you know he splits the mountain into two.
Yeah, well, I'm not speaking of any chapter or verse. I'm just telling you that the book of Revelation, there's a recycling. Everything's going to happen again. It's just not going to be in the way that everybody thinks. Okay, but it is going to happen again. Okay, because we're the temple. Right. So he's not going to take over the temple of God. Like Satan is not strong enough to cast out Jesus out of the temple. Like that's not going to happen. But when you read it, I don't want to go into Revelation, but we just got to be honest with ourselves that we are the temple. We are. And Satan's not strong enough to kick the strong man out. Jesus is strong enough, strong man out of the house, but Satan's not strong enough to kick the strong man out of the house, which is Jesus. He can't do that. So, but yeah, no, I know what you're referring to. I'm just saying that everything's going to happen again. I'll just say that and leave it there. We'll be there all day. So, but what I'm getting at is, so these kings, we got one of them. Do what?
So Jesus is taking down the strongholds. Well, God is taking down the strongholds in these cities, in these places. One by one, he's plucking them out.
Yeah,
correct?
one by one, right? Because they rightfully belong to God, right? So we have King of Jerusalem. That was one, and then we got King of Hebron. What does that mean? Flip. Hold on, let me drink coffee from my real.
Hebron.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me drink coffee from my little bitty D-scale mug.
Yeah, you better be drink coffee out of my little bitty D-scale mug. And tell you what, I've got a little 5-cup coffee maker because I live in an RV, so it's a lot smaller, right? And I can fill that cup up 3 times out of that little coffee maker.
Oh Lord.
Hey, I'm gonna send you a descaled sticker so you can put it on your coffee pot, bro, and just drink it.
That'll probably be better. Yeah, because my coffee pot cup is about the biggest as your other cup. So,
I know, bro.
Yeah,
hey, trust me, you're with me, bro. And I got this thing. I was so mad at that store. I'm like, really? Like you couldn't have a 24 ounce or freaking 30 ounce? Like, I'm like, all right.
I was telling Kelly, I had got it, and I was like, bro.
Yeah.
This thing is so tiny.
Yeah. And you got yours before I got mine, but mine was already en route. And I was like, oh, I can't wait to see it, bro. I got it. And I go, bro, this thing looks small with my hands. I got regular hands, bro. And my little regular hands are swallowing up this cup, dude. I'm like, man.
You gotta see when I stick my I just put one finger in the loophole and it almost completely covers that loophole.
Oh man, I know, man. I know. I could pretty much stick maybe, I guess the two main little joints in there, I guess. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I was kind of down. Some of the other things came out great. But this one right here kind of let me down. Now I will say this is exactly the cup that I wanted, but I want the bigger one. But they got the right cup. It's the right cup. I would rather have the lip, like, instead of it being bent over like that, I would rather have it just been bowed out. But whatever.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, like I said, that cup is a camping cup. If you buy like those little sets or whatever, that's what
it is. Yeah, that's what it is. All right. So where are we at, Flip?
Hebron is association. That's the meaning.
Okay, association.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the other king so everybody can just hear the names of them. All right, so king of, where the heck are we?
Jarmuth.
Okay, yeah, Jarmuth. Yeah, Jarmuth.
Jarmuth, that's 34:12. It means heights.
Heights. Okay. And you know,
Heights.
it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence, man, that one of them is heights. It's really not. Because see, God is on top of a mountain. He's on a high place, but not out of pride. See, God being on a high place. If you notice in the Bible, let's go over give me 5 mountains in the Bible where God did something amazing. Give me 5. Who's got the
Zion.
names? Okay, Mount Zion, that's one. What else?
Mount Sinai.
Mount Sinai, the 10 Commandments. What else?
Temple Mount.
The Temple Mount. Well, no. I don't want to use. I want to use names in the Bible.
Mount Olive.
The Mount of Olives. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. 2 more.
Or
Hermon.
The what?
Mount Hebron.
Yeah, Mount Hebron. Okay, one more.
Sinai.
We'll say Mount.
mentioned that already.
We'll say Mount Ariyat. Mount Ariyat, where Noah's Ark landed.
Mount Moriah, where he did the miracle with Abraham.
You can do that too. But I'm saying, if you pay attention, when you learn the parable of the mountains, when you go through there and you learn it, what it actually is, it's not going to say, and here's the parable of the mountains. That's not, bro. Proverbs 25:2 tells us that it's the glory of God to conceal a matter or conceal a thing, but it's to honor a king to search out a matter. There are things that are hidden in here. And Paul the Apostle did not see it because he understood Hebrew. He didn't see a Pharisee. He saw it because he met the word on the road to Damascus, and now he was able to see the word. Until you meet the word, you're not going to see the word, period. And so that's why he said that Sarah and Hagar were mountains. That's why he said it, because he understood the mountains in the Bible. God was telling us something with depictions. He's been doing it forever. So he knew, wait a minute, if all the mountains are high places and God does things on high places, but not the same kind of high place that Satan does, his is out of pride. God's is not out of pride. His is out of duty and diligence. His high place is proper. So when he said, wait a minute, so Abraham had a child through one, and then he had a child through another, he was able to see that out of works, Mount Sinai, you try to have the promise. The Bible says that flesh and blood will not inherit the kingdom. So when people read that, they think it's talking about your physical body, like your physical body is not going to be in heaven. That's what they think. That's why these morons have this argument. Flesh and blood's not going to be in heaven. Flesh and blood's like, bro, that's not what that's talking about. It's not talking about that your flesh and blood's not going to be. It's saying that your is not going to inherit. Meaning, if you had a father that owned 50,000 acres, the only way that you're going to inherit that is because that is your father, rightfully so. So our flesh and blood cannot call God dad. For people to keep saying this, it's a lie. I don't know when these people are going to mature up. Your flesh and blood cannot call God Father, my friend, because it cannot inherit. So you have to be born again. When you're born again, your spirit is what cries out, Abba, Father. I mean, your soul does, but from its new spirit, born again spirit. So there was no crying, Abba, Father, my friend. Your spirit was dead. So the flesh and blood cannot inherit. So when Abraham had a baby from a woman that was in bondage, that was considered works, which is Mount Sinai, which is the law. Your flesh obey the law. So
when you're talking about the mountain, didn't Jesus always go into the mountain to pray?
Yeah, he would. Yes, because that's his place. That's why the devil said that I want to be on the mountain of God. I want to be like the Most High, but it was out of pride, not out of.
And then he takes Jesus to an exceeding high mountain.
Exceeding high. That's right. To his high mountain, to his high place. And people think that physically Jesus went. There ain't no mountains out there. I ain't never been to Israel, but I studied. There ain't no mountains. You can't stand on Mount Everest in Israel. There's no. This is talking about a place of pride. He took him to a place of pride, started bragging about what he can do and how he's God there and all these things. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. And he's like, look at the whole world. I'll give you the whole world. And people picture Jesus standing up there on this high mountain looking at the whole world like, bro, stop, bro. Stop the nonsense. Mountains and high places are talking about seat of positions. It's a position. That's what mountains are. But if you pay attention on Mount Carmel, which we didn't mention, but on Mount Carmel, Elijah has this battle with these prophets. Bro, let me ask you this. If God's prophet is on this mountain, do you think any other person's going to prevail on that mountain?
No.
No, bro, God's prophet's up here. And then plus Elisha mocks their flesh. He knows that these people are in their belly. The Bible calls this out. Paul does. Paul understands the belly. He understands. He said,
Do you remember the story of Ahab? I don't remember the king. Maybe you'll remember it right now. That God gave him the victory. I think it was Ahab on the mountain. But then the king says, well, let's go fight in the valley because maybe he's just a god of the mountain. He's not a god. You remember that story?
Yeah, there is a story that talks about that. They try to move the trajectory of the battle. Yeah, but it's all, the whole Bible explains this, but it doesn't do it in a way that there's parentheses everywhere and then you get to read the fine print. That's no. The Spirit gives you the fine print. There's no fine print in the Bible.
Brother, did you just say there's no mountains in Israel? That might be the most stupidest thing I ever heard about life.
Oh, so Mount Everest is in Israel?
Ain't nobody say Mount Everest. You
I did. No. You said nobody. I said Mount Everest is not in Israel.
I didn't ask about Mount Everest. You said there's
no. Hold on. You're asking. I'm gonna tell you what I said because apparently you didn't hear me. Are you ready to listen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, explain it again because you said some crazy stuff.
No. You got some crazy hearing. I didn't say crazy stuff.
You got some crazy stuff. You just said. You just said there's no mountains in Israel. Middle East is full of mountains.
Hey, are you gonna let me finish talking or not?
Let me confirm. He said there's no Mount Everest in Israel.
I'm talking about the size of Mount Everest, brother. The size of Mount. There's no Mount Everest out there.
Does it sound like you said there's no mountains in Israel?
Okay,
those ain't real mountains over there.
No.
Part of the speech. You heard part of the speech.
Yeah. So just so we're in agreement, is there mountains the size of Mount Everest in Israel?
I'm not sure. I ain't never measured them.
You said you're not sure, but you sure came up here pretty sure to call me the stupidest thing you ever heard. You were sure about that, weren't you?
So you didn't hear what I said,
brother.
That might be the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Okay, exactly. That's what you said.
Not that you're stupid, so you just You just misunderstood what I said.
Bro.
You weren't listening to me too.
Hey, have a good day. Have a good day, brother. Hop down.
Have a good day.
Hop down.
You have a bad day.
Hop down. Have a good one.
You go find Jesus. How about that?
All right. You done?
Yeah, you find Jesus. No, I'm not done.
Okay,
I can do this all day.
Oh, I can tell. I can tell you can do this all day.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Live for this.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
What you wait for?
For you to act like crazy again. Go ahead.
Now, nobody acting crazy. You just said there's no mountains in Israel, so I had to comment. I couldn't have people confused.
Yeah, you've been corrected, right?
Who corrected me?
Me and Love just told you what I was saying. So you've been corrected. So you were wrong. Anything else?
Are there mountains in Israel?
Bro, anything else, bro? We're done with that conversation. Anything else?
You can't answer. You can't answer the question.
Anything else?
Mountains in Israel
anything else?
So you can answer.
Okay, all right. So so you ain't got nothing else to say.
So I did hear.
Good day.
I did hear what I thought I heard.
No, you didn't. Me and Love made it very clear that the point I'm making is there's no Mount Everest mountains in Israel. That's the point that I'm making. Not that there's no hills and like tall places to climb. That's not the point that I'm making. So again, you're missing the point. Yeah. Again, brother, that's not. Everybody up here knows what I'm saying. That's why I brought up Mount Everest. Like, so what you've been doing is you've been shadow listening probably for the rest your whole life, waiting for me to make some mistake so you can come up here and make a fool of yourself. So you made a fool of yourself. Good job.
So the highest mountain in Israel is 7,336 feet.
The highest mountain in Israel is 7,000 feet.
Yeah, well, Mount Everest 28,000.
Yeah, like I said again, it should be very clear. what I'm saying. The whole reason of me bringing up Mount Everest is to say that they don't have mountains like that out there, bro. They don't. I'm not saying. Hold on. Let me say this real quick. I'm not saying they don't have hills. Like I'm not saying that it's just a plain. Oh man, dude, I swear. Anyway, what were you saying?
No, I was gonna say. Matter of fact, while we're on it, you pronounce Chadalada wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just stop, right? I'm from the country of Himalayas. I'm from the country where there is Mount Everest. Mount Everest is the highest mountain in the whole world, and there's no other mountain higher than Mount Everest. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there is no. Yeah.
And even the mounts that they say in Jerusalem, like the Mount of Olives, it's not even a mountain, is it?
No,
it's a hill, right?
That's the point, bro. That's the point I'm making, though. Like to say basically what the dudes try to say that I'm saying is just Israel's a plain. Like there's no, like, come on, bro. Oh man, but that's what I'm saying. That's what you get when you have.
I must think you're a flat earther.
Yeah, I don't know.
Back to the names, right?
Yeah, let's get back to the name. I was glad he came into agreement that he was wrong. All right, so let's go to let me see.
Lachish, that's his name.
Lachish.
We're still in Judges 10:23. We still haven't done the other king, the other two kings.
Wait, no.
We talking about Judges.
We're in
Joshua. Yeah, we're in Joshua. Yeah,
Joshua 10. Sorry.
Yeah.
23.
Yeah, the king of Lachish. What is it?
Yeah, Lachish is invincible.
Invincible. Okay, hold on.
It's crazy. Okay, he took a break. With all that excitement, I guess he needed a break from that guy.
Yeah. What was that guy saying? I don't understand. What's the problem? I missed it. I was on the phone call.
He just came up here to attack. I don't know.
Yeah, basically. Charles was making a point that there's not any like Mount Everest sized mountains in Israel, and so the guy thought he said that there were no mountains in Israel, I guess, but that's not. That wasn't it.
He came up hot too, real hot. And then he started to backpedal once he was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember though, like being on this, like if you're in a desert area, a 9,000-foot mountain is a big mountain, bro. For somebody who lives in the desert, I don't know if you guys realize that.
Yeah, but does that make it a mountain compared to Mount Everest?
What happened?
I don't think God was referring to Mount Everest though. Like, what did he talk about? That's crazy.
That was the point.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not smart when you think you're smart after you miss a whole point of what someone is saying. So,
Right.
it's not wise when you're missing the whole point that the person is saying, and then you want to argue. If you're not understanding the point, then you don't have an argument. And he came up here and put his foot in his mouth. That's all that happened. That's what I was talking about, those kind of mountains. They don't have them out there in Israel. Anyway, what's up?
All right, so Lachish is invincible.
Invincible.
So we're going over this, but we're going back to Genesis 14.
Yeah. I'm just proving a point. All right, and so the king of Eglon. What does Eglon mean? I used to have that one memorized. I don't remember.
Calf-like. That's Eglon.
Calf-like. I mean, look at the names, bro. So Satan is like a lion, not a like one. Eglon is calf-like, not a calf, but like a calf. You know, I mean, it's just the names. These things. It's just not a coincidence. And this is the land that the children of Israel took back over. That was the promised land that was for the children of Israel. All right, so let's go back to, I'm just showing you how when you see certain kings in charge of lands, go look at the names. You'll be amazed on the names of that land that the king is over. All right, so let's go back to 1 14.
14.
All right, so we're in agreement.
Yeah.
All right, so we're in agreement that Sodom, the king of Sodom that's speaking here is Bera, right?
Yep.
All right.
Correct.
All right, so let's go back to let's see. Yeah, 20. Most High God. All right, and it says, and he gave him tithes, and the king of Sodom said to Abram, give me the persons and take the goods thyself. So Bera said, give me the persons and take the goods thyself. Now watch this. It should be very clear that Abram is giving the tithes to Melchizedek, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And then and then Bera, the king of Sodom, tells Abraham, give me the persons and keep the goods to thyself.
Yeah, so he wants the souls.
He has no
wants the
right to
people.
say that, does he?
No, but that's the. So you have a king. You have two kings. Doesn't it tell us that Melchizedek's a king?
Yeah.
So you have Melchizedek. You have Bera.
Yes.
And you have Abraham, and then so Abraham, it makes it very clear that the tithes are given to Melchizedek. Why? Because he's the high priest. But Bera speaks and says, keep the things for yourself, just give me the persons. So is it possible that or let me back up and say this. It says, let me go back to where it says, yeah. So 20 says, it says, and he gave him tithes of all. And it is talking about Melchizedek, period. It is. And it says, and the king of Sodom said unto Abram, give me the persons, right? Keep the goods or whatever. Okay. And then Abram said to the king of Sodom. So look, okay. So let's just look at the response. Let's look at the response that Abram said to this king. He says, I have lifted up my hand unto the Lord, the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth, and I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made it. So he's trying to give things to King Sodom. He's not just trying to give the people. So basically what Abraham's saying is, you're going to take everything that I give you. You're going to take all the gold that I found. That Abraham took what? We go back to the beginning of 14. It tells us what they took. Oh, I'm sorry. 14, right? Abraham, brother, taken servants, pursued, smote them. And it says right here, 16, and he brought back all the goods and also brought again his brother. So Abraham brought all the goods that were left over from those battles. And all those goods he gave as tithing and to the other king. And the king told him, just give me the people. I don't want the goods. And Abraham said, no, you're not going to write a book about you're the one that made me rich. That's what he's telling this king. If Abraham would have kept any of that stuff, that dude would have said, it would have been known that that's why he was rich, not God. God wouldn't be the reason that Abraham was rich and had plenty. It would have been because that king said, oh, well, I told him to keep all the goods. So if Abraham was to give, or Abram at this point, if he's to give all the goods to this man, then even that man would know that he's not rich. He's not rich because of me. He gave me all that stuff. So I don't know how he's wealthy. Well, then there's no other choice. Abraham's going to keep claiming that it's God that has made me this way. So let's go to all right, 23 says that
you stopped at 23.
Ask a question on that. But there has to be connotation to, or like context to the thread and the
I'm going to. I'm getting
There
to
has
it.
be major connotations.
Yeah, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. All right, so
Yeah, that's what threw me off when I read this.
oh my God,
I
we're
was
not
like, what
there
the
yet.
heck? Like,
We're
out of
not there
nowhere.
yet. We're not there yet. I need order in the court.
Okay. So let me ask you there, but there's a problem here. Does this king of Sodom have a right? He was captured. So he doesn't have, why is he talking to Abraham in this way?
Okay.
He has no right.
Yeah, but remember, all these other kingdoms came against them. So he was defending himself.
Okay, no, but I'm saying he's telling Abraham what to do. Abraham could easily kept everything because he's the one who won the war through the power of God.
Yeah,
so this king of Sodom was a slave to Chedorlaomer or whatever, right?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, no, the dude has no right. It's just that the only reason, bro, 100%, the only reason that king even got anything back is because they took Lot. That's it.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So Abram just went over to get Lot back, but in the process, he's like, you know what? I'm about to slaughter every one of y'all, bro. Y'all out of there. So he took all that stuff and he gave it to the other worldly king. That's it. He gave it all. He gave it all to him. Here, I just want Lot back. You know. So the main purpose
that would go back to give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar and give to God what belongs to God.
100%. Yep. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. So we go. Keep the goods thyself. 22. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand unto the Lord. So my hand is, I serve the Lord, is what he's saying. When you lift up your hand to the Lord, I serve the Lord, that I would not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet. And it says, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abraham rich. And I'm going to read this last part. He says, save only that which the young man have eaten, and the portion of the man which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Marmor, let them take their portions. Hey, just look up their names real quick, those three men that he's naming.
You said the three names. So Aner is 6063, and it means boy.
All right, Aner is boy. What about the other two?
Eshcol, that's cluster, and Mary, strength or fatness.
Cluster grapes. What kind of cluster is that?
It just says cluster.
That's all it says. Boy cluster, and what?
Fatness or strength.
Fatness.
Mamre.
Fatness or strength. Yeah, like the fatted calf. Yeah. All right. So, make them their portions. All right. So let's go look at. He says right here that I will not take from a thread. Go look up that word thread in Hebrew.
Yeah, so thread, that's 2339, and the word is kut. It's a line, a thread, or a string.
Okay, so thread means thread. All right, next word.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go look at this. Should be really easy to see, and it's not a coincidence. I mean, out of all the things that Abram could have used to say, from you, I'm not taking, he could have used so many things, but it's just a coincidence that he names two things that mean a lot in the Bible. He names two things, bro, that have a significant meaning in the entirety of the Bible. So thread means thread.
Same thread for Numbers 15.
Hold on. Let's not jump the gun. Hold on a second. Let's go over this other word. All right, so we got thread, and we got is it 20?
Shoe latchet.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, shoe latchet. Yeah, you're right. Shoe latchet. Go look it up.
Yeah, so shoe latchet. So there's two words for this. It's 8288. One is it's a sandal or a thong.
Yeah.
And one is a sandal or a shoe, but the word in Hebrew itself is different. So it's giving me two different words, but they mean the same thing.
Yeah, because it's the shoe and the latchet. Yeah. So, but it's talking about a sandal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so look at this. Listen, if you're not understanding who listen, this is the king of Sodom. Didn't Sodom and Gomorrah get destroyed?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So it looks like that somehow Abraham like came into like, cahoots with this guy. Bro, no, they took Lot. So Lot's like, nah, we ain't having that. So he went to go handle business, period. That's what happened. But here, this man representing the world, and look what Abraham just said to him. He said, it's not going to be said that you made me rich. Look at the way he says it. Because it's talking to the flesh. He says, that I will not take from a thread, even a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abraham rich. This is talking 100% covenant, meaning I'm not making a covenant with you. That's what he's saying. That would be making a covenant. The thread and the latchet is covenant. In the entire Bible, the thread, you can go to the first time that the thread is used, and you could follow it through the Bible and see it transitioning, and it's pointing to Christ. All the time you see this weird thread being used in the Bible, it's always pointing to Christ. And then sandals all the way, it's even further than the thread, but the sandals, again, Moses is told to take his sandals off. Joshua is told to take his sandals off. When Jesus comes, he tells the parable of the prodigal son, and the father says, put sandals on his feet. But it was the author of the entire Bible who was saying this on purpose, because of the people that were standing around. He wanted them to hear that this no good for none is being told, put sandals on your feet, but they're amazing. Joshua, they're amazing. Moses were told to take their sandals off. But Jesus is trying to point out the reason. He's trying to say, I'm the reason that they can put their sandals on. I am. That's what he's trying to tell them. Yeah.
So, I mean, what threw me off is that word thread, because of the thread I thought of was the zits on the shawls, the prayer shawls. That's what.
No, not so. Again, all right, but now we have a latchet. Now we have a latchet on a shoe, bro. That John the Baptist says that I'm not worthy to unlatchet his sandal. Why? Because that was redemption, right? Okay, so in the old, that's what I'm saying. Context matters. So to study thread without studying latchet, it's going to lead you all over the place. But together, you'll see what they represent. Together, they're together. So the thread in the Old Testament was always pointing to Christ. And the sandals are always pointing to the Redeemer, which is Christ. So when Boaz was asking the nearest kinsman, are you going to redeem Naomi? And he says, yeah. Okay, well, then you have to redeem Ruth. And he goes, oh, I can't do that, bro. I'll be broke. I can't redeem both of them. And so, bro, Boaz has all the leaders at the gate. All right there, bro. No one had to tell him to take his sandal off. He was like, oh, shoot. So he took his sandal off his feet, period. Why? Because you're not worthy to redeem. So when the tree of life was speaking to Moses, he said, take your sandals off. Why? Because where you stand is holy ground. Let me ask you this. If that bush that was just burning, but not really burning, but just a dead bush in the desert, why is the ground holy? If it was just a dead bush in the desert, why is the ground holy? Where was Moses standing? Anybody?
In the desert,
He was
bro.
standing on holy ground,
but
so the ground wasn't cursed.
That thread goes back to the thread that.
Well, no, hold on, not the thread. Hold on, not the thread. I'm asking, where is Moses standing? Bush is telling him you're standing on holy ground.
Yeah, he's standing in the desert somewhere.
Well,
you talking about spiritually?
Spiritually, he's standing on Eden, which is the good ground. That's the only holy ground in the Bible, bro. Is Eden.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, he's standing. The tree of life is there. The holy ground, which is Eden, is there, and he tells him, "Take your sandals off." Why? Because you're not the Redeemer. Take your sandals off. He tells Joshua, "You're not the Redeemer. Take your sandals off." Boaz was not told to take his sandals off because he was the rightful Redeemer. He was right to be the redeemer of Naomi and Ruth. And so John the Baptist, when he says, I'm not worthy to unlatch his sandal, John is saying he's the redeemer. I cannot take the sandal off his foot. He's the redeemer. So the fact that Abram says, I'm not taking a thread and I'm not taking your latchet, like I'm not anything that has to do with covenant with you, I'm not making a covenant with you, because you're going to say, that's why. You're going to say, that's why I'm rich. It's not a coincidence he's pointing out a thread. It sounds like, bro, he's just saying he's not taking the thread. Bro, in the Old Testament, there was a lot of threads taken in God's name. To sit here and act like that these have nothing to do with one another, you're not understanding the Bible. I'm sorry. Abraham was not just proving a point. I'm not taking, bro, even a single thread from you. No, Jesus authored this because there are threads. There are threads. Hold on. There are threads that were taken in the name of God. And he's saying, I ain't taking that thread from you. I got a covenant with the one. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, like the thread that Rahab had. It's the same word. It's a thread. It's the scarlet thread, which means salvation, which means redemption, which goes back to the latchet. It's the same. It's the same concept. Because she had that thread, that's what where salvation came from.
Yeah,
and it's the same thing with who had a thread as well. And later on in Genesis 38:38, there's another thread as well.
Yeah,
and it's the same concept of the latchet. It's the same thing. It's not talking about the sit flip.
It's not talking.
So they're talking about two.
This would have represented like the laws. It's still covenant. At the end of the day, it's still covenant. Honestly.
Yeah. He's just saying it's not representing the garment that they wore. Yeah, it's not. It's representing Christ is what it's representing. But it's not a coincidence. It's not for anyone to say that out of all the things that Abram could have used. Like, man, I'm not taking a little of, he could have used anything else, and he happens to use the thread and sandal, bro. I'm just saying, like,
he's a prophet. He's a prophet, so therefore it's prophetic.
Exactly, right? which means Jesus is authoring this. Yes, prophetic 100%. Yes, absolutely. Let's see. Oh. All right.
Taking the disciples' shoes off, so he's taking that thread off. No.
Do what now? I'm sorry. What?
Jesus in the New Testament, he's washing the disciples' feet.
Yeah. So
like you said, he's the Redeemer, so he can take them out and cleanse them.
Yeah. So and that part, that part just boggles my mind when people bring that up. They really think that Jesus is trying to teach them, bro, like even the rabbis, bro, back in the that they used to wash each other's feet, bro. Like human beings used to wash other human beings' feet before. It's so crazy to me that people are trying to make this, that these people were so mean to one another. They didn't know how to wash their own feet, bro, each other's feet. Like these people would go to another tent and somebody in that house would wash their feet. And they're like, oh yeah, but usually it was a servant, bro. Not everybody had servants. Are you serious? You're telling me Peter had servants? Peter had so much money, he had servants in his tent. He was a fisherman. He wasn't just trying to teach them how to physically wash their feet. That's why he says, what I do now, you do not know. If he says, what I'm doing, you do not know. I mean, I don't understand how people are saying, no, they knew what he was doing. No, bro, he said, what I do now, you do not know. That's what he said. He said, but you will soon enough. You'll know what I'm doing. And
a truck.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that Abraham wasn't making a covenant with King of Sodom. So it goes back to John the Baptist saying, I'm not worthy to untie his sandals, right? So it was John doing the same thing, saying, hey, I'm not making a covenant with Jesus.
What do you mean, not making a covenant? Let me go to it.
Well, that'd be like he says I'm not worthy, so that'd be a little bit different.
Yeah, hold on, let me go to
ahead.
Oh, okay.
He was just saying that he wasn't the Redeemer. Because Jesus took the shoes off of the disciples' feet, washed them, right? He was the only one worthy to do that.
Yeah, Jesus did that because he is the Redeemer to redeem them.
Yeah, but okay, so John is talking about removing the sandal from the foot in the sense that you're not the Redeemer, and Abram is pointing out that, like, not, bro, like, first of all, you got to understand, this dude's not even in God's covenant. This dude's not even in God's covenant, right? Okay, so right now you have Abram, right? So we don't have the whole covenant and the law. We don't have all those things. So this but the point is, Abram is saying that I'm not taking anything of yours. And when he starts talking about the latchet of a sandal, it's not the same way that that John would have been telling Jesus that I'm not worthy to. So basically, John is saying I'm not worthy to say you're not the Redeemer. That's what John is saying. And this dude is saying, the dude's not saying I can't remove your sandal from your foot because you're not the Redeemer. He's saying there's nothing about you that he wouldn't even suggest. Like, in order to take someone's sandal off their foot, they would have to be the bloodline, like the nearest kinsman, in order to even do that. So, like, but what I'm saying is, it's not a coincidence that that he's saying a thread or even your shoe latchet. Like, he's saying that you're a Gentile, bro. Like, there is nothing about you that he couldn't be a redeemer of anybody. You understand the difference or no?
Yeah, I see.
So like the nearest kinsman that took their sandal off, the nearest kinsman before Boaz, he was the nearest kinsman. So he was worthy to redeem through the bloodline. He was worthy to redeem Naomi and Ruth through the bloodline. But he had to make the choice not to do it. And if you made the choice not to do it, then you remove that person's sandal from their feet. But this dude, he's not in the bloodline to even be a redeemer. It's kind of saying the complete opposite, but he's pointing to his sandal. I'm saying it's not a coincidence that he's saying, I'm not even one thread or even a latchet of yours I'll take. Nothing. Like, you're a Gentile. That's what he's saying. So the Jews didn't look at each other like this. They looked at each other as the nearest kinsman. So not in the sense that he could redeem somebody. People of Israel could. They could. They had the bloodline to marry the one that needs to be redeemed and then marry the other one. And it was a hard thing. Like, when you go look at that law, not only are they marrying, but he had to have a child. Like, that nearest kinsman was the first one, he was gonna have to have a child with Ruth. He's gonna have to have a child with Ruth, and that child would have had the inheritance. That'd be like you marrying your brother's wife because your brother died, and then once y'all are married, you have to have a kid with her, and that kid has the inheritance, has your inheritance.
I see.
Like, it's not.
So it doesn't have to do with inheritance at the end.
Yes, the whole Bible is all about inheritance. It's all about inheriting the land. Yeah. But that nearest kinsman in the story of Boaz, he said, I can't do that. Well, Boaz said, I'll do it. And it's a hard thing to do because it's pointing at what Jesus was going to have to do. Right? It's pointing at that. Like, Jesus, quote unquote, like, literally gave up his inheritance so we can have it. That's the whole point. He gave up his inheritance so we can have it. So, but
that's kind of messed up, though. After your brother, passes, you gotta marry his wife.
No, you don't have to.
That's kind of messed up.
No, you don't have. You don't have to. You cannot do it. But if you don't do it, you'll be known as the person that had the sandal taken off their foot. Like, it's kind of like, you got to understand, bro. Like, there's no social media. you're the topic, bro, for years. You're it. You're the topic, bro. Like everything else is going on.
Like disgrace to the family, right?
Yeah.
They would be like,
yes,
disgrace
bro.
to the family.
Yes, bro. Yeah. It's a big disgrace. It'd be like, I'll tell you how today, just to give you an example, I'll tell you how sad it was to have your sandal removed from your foot back then. It'll be like, let's say you have a family member that lives with you. They're not able to really take care of themselves. And it's just you and that family member. And without you, bro, that family member is not getting taken care of. And when I say taken care of, bro, I'm talking about eating, showering, using the restroom. This person cannot survive without you. And one day they find that person on the street somewhere and you're nowhere to be found. No one knows where you're at. And what you did is you just threw that person outside and tried to go live somewhere else. Like you just try to go live somewhere else. That's the kind of thing you will be known as a disgrace to your family because of what you did. Like that's how big of a deal it was. Cause you have to remember that, what does it say? Luis, what's that treasure you found? Oh, we're talking about it. We're talking about it, Luis. We're talking about that treasure right now. It's a spiritual treasure, the Word of God. We're talking about it right now. But like I said, this person was a Gentile, so the thread and the latchet, those two things to be mentioned to that person, not a coincidence at all, bro. Not even a little bit. All right. What other part you want to go over?
That was basically it, because that threw me off. Like the whole chapter, besides the names and all that, it was this. Because I was thinking about the zitzits versus like a shoelace.
Oh, yeah. No, he's talking about the sandal. That's why when we went and looked this up, it's talking about the sandal. That's what it's talking about. It's talking about sandals, threads and sandals. And then I remember a few years ago, somebody's like, bro, it ain't talking about the sandal. It's talking about the laces, like the laces on the sandal. Bro, that's like saying taking the latchet. So not all sandals had laces, because I remember maybe 2-3 years ago. So I remember somebody, it was, like I said, 2-3 years ago, it was in person. It was a bunch of us talking about a bunch of things in the Bible. And this one person's like, bro, that Hebrew word means laces. And I'm like, yeah. I said, laces to what? I said, they didn't have Jordans, bro. They wore sandals, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Well, they had shoes out there, bro. I know. But if you go look at it in Hebrew, it says sandal, bro, or a thong. It's making it very clear that it's talking about those kind of shoes. So yes, some of them did have laces. He goes, well, it's talking about the laces. I go, right, bro, but why do you think the word latchet is being used? A lot of sandals had latchets. Don't you understand? Like there wasn't only one way to do the fact that the only reason that a person would take a sandal off someone's foot, the only reason is because that person wasn't worthy to redeem. But they had to be in the bloodline of Israel in order for them to even be a nearest kinsman. So here, that Gentile is not a nearest kinsman. So for him to even be considered to be taking anything from that person at all in any way, shape, or fashion is ridiculous. And Abraham knew that. So removing someone's laces from their sandal or opening the latchet is saying that you took their sandals off their feet. That's what it's talking about. It's the same thing. But sometimes people will split hairs and say it's not saying latchet. It's saying laces. Like, yeah, bro, it's saying laces, both latchet, laces, whatever holds the sandal on. That's what it's pointing out. And that's what John the Baptist, that's why he said that I'm not worthy to unlatchet his sandals. Unlatches. He's talking about the latchet. Let's see.
So Where is the point, right? It doesn't matter if it was sneakers, Crocs,
Yeah.
flip-flops.
It don't matter. It's the fact that it's talking about redemption, and it's making
They
it.
must have evolved from laces to latches when they got to John the Baptist time.
Probably. They might have. They might have still had both, bro. To be honest with you, I'll be honest with you.
It's like, oh, you got the Velcro straps, so you don't even have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, they should have had loafers, man. Like back in the 90s. You ever seen those West Coast style loafers?
Loafers. What's a loafer, bro?
No more Velcro. They have this thing that you tight it.
Hold on, say it. Hold on. Hey, love. Hold on. Hey, love. Hold on a second. Hold on, Flip. What's a loafer, bro?
Bro, you don't know what a loafer is?
Show me a picture. I'll put it up.
Come on, man. Hold on.
Hope, what'd you say? Godly Velcro. Godly Velcro. What?
Nah, Velcro. Velcro is Velcro is lazy.
Passion said you put a penny in it. Oh, penny loafers. Oh yeah, I know it though. Oh yeah, okay. Well, in Texas, it's not really. We wear what's the brand? We don't call them loafers though. Wow, I can't even remember the name of the brand.
Dockers.
No, not Dockers. No, the boat shoes. Not Hey Dudes. Hey Dudes is supposed to be for the house, but people wear them all over the place. No, yeah, Sperry's. Who is that? Mini. Yeah, Sperry's. We call them Sperry's. We don't call them loafers out here.
I got a pic. Hold on, let me show you.
Well, I know what they are now, but go ahead. Go ahead, put them up. That way we'll show everybody.
Velcro is like the slothful way of doing it. So you don't want Velcro.
Yeah. So Flip, the ones you have right there, ours in Texas, ours are called Hey Dudes.
Yeah, Jesus wouldn't wear that.
Jesus wouldn't wear that. Listen to this, Himalaya. She said, I got Jesus' phone number.
Jesus has the military boots that have the laces that go all the way.
Jesus would definitely wear that one right there.
No,
that red one.
Trust me, I know.
You see that?
Yeah, those are called slippers in Texas, bro.
No, these are loafers, bro.
No, they're called slippers, bro.
Oh, come on. Oh my God.
All right, let's just get off. You're a ruin. As soon as you woke, hey, as soon as you came out of the Matrix, bro, from your mother's Matrix, you were ruined out there in Cali, bro. I'm just saying, I'm sorry, bro.
There's no Mount Everest in Israel. Drop it.
Bro, it's crazy how it's crazy how people act like they don't. It's crazy how people act like they don't understand what you're saying.
Hey, I used to wear those in high school, man.
What?
That's why I would get jumped. Those red ones.
You would wear them in high school.
Yeah, bro, and I got jumped like many times.
Hold on, whoa. Hold on, time out. Hold on.
I had fun though.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. People jumped you because of your shoes, bro?
Let's just say because of the color. Let's just put it that way.
Oh my God, bro. You're living in Sodom and Gomorrah over there, bro. What? Because of your color.
Course.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yep.
Oh my God. See? My imagination is evil continuously out there, bro. Crazy. Freaking nuts. Because of the color. What in the world? Oh golly, don't start saying names. Let's not do that. All right, let's see. Let me get this going right here. All right, love, what were you going to say? I know you had something, and I cut you off because I wanted to make fun of Flip. Sorry, apologize.
That's my thought anyways. That's okay. So where are we going now? Are we going to Revelations now?
Absolutely not. You can have a good day.
That's how you know Tony's new.
Yeah.
Hey, Love thinks he's slick, bro. He's like, hey, does that got something to do with Revelation? I'm like, oh, here we go. Love always try to go there, bro. Like every like chance he gets, bro, he try to go over there. I'm like, oh my God, no.
No, but I do have a verse, seriously.
Oh, not Revelation though.
One verse in Revelations chapter 2, chapter 3, verse 10.
All right, just read it.
Okay. Since you don't have any precedents or other things,
I have a question.
Well, let him ask it now.
Revelation 3.
While you're looking for that, I'm going to drink coffee out of my little descaled cup right here.
You tell me the interpretation of this verse here, okay?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but I might lead you in a direction.
Okay. Whatever direction. I'm a Christian. I can listen. I can listen all day.
Okay.
I just read from that verse, and then if you want context, you may have to read the other subsequent verse or previous verse. 3:10. Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world, and to try them that dwell upon the earth.
Yeah, let me get to where you're at. Let me get to where. Hey, let me get to where you're at. Where are you? 14.
3:10.
Oh. All right. 3:10.
10.
All right. So you're at the 7 churches, right?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. All right.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, this is the Philadelphia Eagle one. All right.
Because thou hast kept the
let me just start at 7. I'll just start at 7 or 6. Hold on. Message. He that overcometh. Okay, 6 is the end of Sardis, I think. Yeah, he that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the church. Okay, so that was Sardis. All right, so 7. I'm right, 7. All right, it says, and to the angel, we know that means messenger. So it says, unto the messenger of the church of Philadelphia, write these things, saith he that is holy, he that is true, he that hath the key of David. Who is that? Who is holy, true, and hath the key of David? Key of David. Who is that?
That's Jesus.
Okay. Openeth, and no man shutteth, and shutteth, and no man openeth. That's funny. When the ark was made, who shut the door?
God.
God did. No man shut it. God shut it. Okay. And it says, I know thy works. Behold, I have set before thee an open door. What door is that? Is that the ark door? Should be, right?
Well, door of salvation is the ark door.
I know, but remember, the whole Bible is the ark that Noah's family went into, door, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And who opened and closed that door? God. God opened and closed that door. Okay. When Cain, right before Cain was about to do the thing that we all know that he did, what did God say to him?
He said that the evil lie at thy door, or something like that.
At thy door. Right. Because there's only one door to the heart.
I remember that.
There's only one door.
Right.
That ark that everybody entered into is God's heart. That's the ark. That's the door. That door.
Okay.
There's only one door. And if you don't know, Jesus is the door. And only through him can you go to the Father. All right.
He opens the door and he closes the door.
He opens it and closes it. So if you harden your heart, who is he closing?
Yeah.
He's going to close the door to you because he will give you over to a reprobate mind. He closes the door.
Of course.
Pharaoh hardened his heart 10 times. And then it says, and God hardened his heart. He hardened it. He closed the door. God's the one that makes the final judgment on the door. Him.
Did God literally close the door, or because of his mindset, his reprobated mind?
No, but God gives you to. Yeah, but God gives you to a no. So our imagination, how we use our imagination, and I'm not talking about, your kid's imagination, lava ground, lava floor, jump cow. I'm not talking about that imagination. I'm talking about the imagination that God gave us to think on Him. That imagination to think on these things. Where the Bible says it starts naming joy, peace, and love. It says think on these things. Use your imagination for that. Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. How do you do that? By using your imagination on the things of God, right? If I was to ask anybody, how do you get to the grocery store from your house? If you close your eyes, you cannot get there unless you use your imagination. It's not going to happen. You need your imagination so you can see how to get to the store. Loving someone.
I think I've seen what's that guy named Dave Warren preach a message on the door. He says everything had there's many types of doors. There's entry doors, there's back doors, there's front doors, every type of doors. That was a pretty good message I heard him preach.
Yeah. So, but with that being said, without our imagination, you can't do anything. Like right now, whatever house that y'all live in, if I was to tell you, okay, everybody close your eyes and I want you to count from where you're standing or sitting, don't move, just close your eyes, count all the doors in your house. Without an imagination, you can't count all your doors. You can't. You have to use your imagination in your head so you can walk through the house. And that is how people, I don't want to get into the topic, but if you want to help people receive a healing, that's how you have to do it, the same way. You know, I tell people all the time, I said, look, when's the last time you sat down and used your imagination, the same one that you used to count the doors, the same imagination that you used to drive to the grocery store? When's the last time you sat down and imagined yourself reviving people's heart by speaking the word? When's the last time you did that? And you know what's funny? It's a very few people, very few that will say that they've done that. And that's what we're supposed to do. Meditating on the word both day and night, obviously, it's the word. But at the same time, your imagination, you should be using your imagination for the things of God. Not for the lust of the flesh, but for the lust of the spirit, right? The word lust don't mean sex. It means desire. Your strong desire. So
Genesis 6, is it Genesis 6? Their imagination of their thought was evil continue. Remember that?
Yeah. So their imagination was evil continuously. And matter of fact, that's the reason for the flood. The flood happened because their imagination was evil continuously. You go to Sodom and Gomorrah, and people was like, oh, well, how come that one? It's the same thing. If you pay real close attention and you study, I'm saying not read, study. If you study that, you will run into a few surprises. And one of them surprises is when it says that they were told not to look back. And it says, and Lot's wife looked back. When you go study that in Hebrew, that phrase, look back, it literally means to think intensely about. To think intensely about. Her imagination was over there. That's how she turned back. It's not about them walking and she's like, oh, and then like, no. It's all about the imagination. The flood happened because of their imagination. Lot's wife became unalive because of their imagination. That's why. And people was like, oh, well, it says she became a pillar of salt. When you go study that in Hebrew, it means a vapor. She became a vapor. And I know people don't like it when I talk about this, drives people crazy, but she did not die any different than those people died. She burnt up from the inside out. That's what people are not understanding. That's why she became salt or ash or vapor. Fire didn't have to physically hurt her. Her imagination is what burnt her up. She died just like the people in Sodom. So people don't understand that God's integrity is so perfect that when he said that the people of Sodom are going to be destroyed by fire, bro, she was a person of Sodom. She couldn't give it up. To say that she was unalive differently than the people in there, something's wrong with the integrity of God. It wasn't about her becoming a pillar of salt. That's just the best way we can explain what she became. But she was burnt up from the imagination, from the inside. It's a prophecy on a burning is going to occur. It's a reprobate mind. That's what it is. So we physically see a burning taking place in Sodom and Gomorrah. We see a physical burning, but It's funny that people will tell you, oh yeah, the way you think in your heart. They say that, but then they go read these physical stories and now they move away from that. Oh, well, physically, listen, in real life, yes, there was physical brimstone and fire that came down. But to not understand why Lot became unalive, it's not here we go again with, oh, well, she broke a commandment. God gave a law. Bro, I don't understand what's wrong with people these days when it's coming to the Bible. When is it going to stick that it's not about commandments? That's not why these people are becoming unalive. They go, oh, why did he become unalive? Because he broke God's commandments. No, bro. No. He warned them. He told them not to do it. He told them because this would happen. God did not say, don't do this or I'm going to unalive you. That's not what he said. He didn't say that. And then he said, hey, do not look back. Well, when you go study that, it means that the angel's telling them, don't look back, talking about in here. What does the Bible say that a person that is plowing that looks back, what does it say? Does anybody know the verse?
He's not fit for the kingdom.
Matter of fact, go to it. Go pull it up. Go pull it up.
All right, hold up. All right, so it's Luke 9:62, and it says, okay, Luke 9:62. Bro, all right, it says, and Jesus said unto him, no man having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of God.
Yeah. What are you looking back? Let me ask you this. Do you think God is saying that if you start plowing and you're doing this, you're not fit for the kingdom of God? Is that what God's saying?
Nah, he's talking about spiritually.
Come on, man. The problem is people keep compartmentalizing all the stories because they're not understanding the author. Bro, the author wrote the entire thing as one huge story. The entire thing, and it's all relevant to each other, all of it. And because they keep compartmentalizing it with their carnal mind, they're not understanding the rest of the Bible. Jesus is not telling you that if you're plowing the ground and you're doing this while you're plowing the ground, bro, that's not what he's saying. If you put your hand to the plow, let me ask you this. Why did Samson say, you only know the answer to my riddle because you plowed with my heifer? Why did Samson say that? I mean, of course, he's talking about my wife, my heifer, but I'm saying, but why did Samson say that, though? What heifer is he talking about?
About the red heifer.
Okay, the red heifer. All right. But it's a heifer. What's a heifer? That's important. What's a heifer?
It's a bull.
No, it's a female. It's a female.
Okay, yes, female, yes.
Okay, so in context, what is he saying? What's the female in the Old Testament on God's side?
Wisdom.
They
didn't have the wisdom to understand what Samson was saying. They didn't have that revelation.
No, they didn't. Okay, but now that we do, right? We have the spirit of revelation, right? So now that we understand what Samson is saying, which Samson's a shadow of Christ, it's a riddle itself. He said, you plowed with my heifer. What is plowing? In the Bible in its entirety, what is plowing? What is that? Why do you plow? Okay, in real life, in this world, what is plowing? Cultivate.
Till the ground.
Till the ground. Okay, so all the way from the beginning, Adam was created to do what?
Cultivate.
Till the ground.
To till the ground. Okay.
The Chaldeans mean clod breaker.
Okay, so what was so Adam was created to cultivate. Okay, but God said he looked for a man. Could he find one to cultivate?
No.
No. So what cultivated the ground then? Jesus. Right? He said he looked for a man. He could not find one, so he became that man, correct?
Amen.
Okay. All right. So when Samson said, you only know the answer to my riddle, right? Gardener, passion, right? So Noah became a gardener. He became a husbandry, right? You always see this, the wineries, the husbandry, the gardens. You see this thing. So why did Samson say, you only know the answer to my riddle because you plowed with my heifer? What's Samson saying?
You see it with the spirit?
Yeah. You only have dominion because you became one with my kids, Adam and Eve.
I'm saying in the story of Samson. In the story of Samson, remember, he gives a riddle, and the only reason they got it is because they went to the woman of Timnath that Samson poured his heart out to. So she had the wisdom because Samson gave it to her. So they went over there and they got the answer from the woman. But why is Samson calling her a heifer? Is he trying to be mean? Why is he calling that woman a heifer? Why? What's he saying?
She became wise because of him. He
Right.
poured
So,
basically his soul out to him.
Right.
And Jesus Christ offered his soul for us.
Yeah, but I'm saying Samson is saying that you plowed with wisdom. That's his heifer, wisdom. They plowed with wisdom. That's what he's saying to her. Okay? So he said, you only got the answer to the riddle because you plowed with my heifer. The whole Bible talks about putting the hand on the plow and going forward, but this is talking about cultivating your heart. So the thing that the verse that Flip read, read it again, Flip. What's the address before you read it?
Yeah, so it's Luke 9:62. Says, and Jesus said unto him, no man having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of God.
Yeah, you're not fit. So now again, we're going over, Love brought up basically Revelation 3:7-13. So that's kind of where we're at. But I just want to get a couple of. So Revelation is not easy to go over because there's so many things. There's so many little puzzles that have to be put together before one verse even makes sense. And so that's big time. Main reason that I'm skeptical going over it is just too much misunderstanding going on in the Bible, and it's not easy to see a lot of this stuff. It takes a lot of little puzzles, and why Jesus authored it that way. It's kind of clear why he did, but the Book of Revelation is very argued, big time argued about Bible book, and sometimes it's just not worth it. But anyhow, all right. So Lot's wife looked back. She looked back and was told not to look back. It's the same kind of look back that Jesus is talking about in the New Testament. The verse that Flip read, it's the same looking back. It's talking about imagination. That's what all this is talking about. The whole Bible is about renewing your mind, renewing the way you think, meaning stop putting your imagination on how you're going to do things in the world. And sometimes you just need to sit there and picture yourself ministering to people and them coming alive right in front of you. People pray for revival all the time. They pray for it all the time. Revival. I want, Lord, we want to. Years will go by. Years. So they think they have to fast because Jesus said you can't cast these out without prayer and fasting. So they take that as there's something that you got to do in a sense of working for it. That's not what Jesus was saying at all. He ain't telling them that they need to work for it. He's telling them to fast so they can learn how to tell their flesh no and stop being scared. Your flesh is not supposed to have dominion over you. Your flesh has become your servant and the servant of the soul. Now you tell you to do. Why? Because you got the Spirit of God living on the inside of you. So now, instead of meditating on things of fear, you meditate, close your eyes, and imagine yourself speaking the word of God and people coming alive. That is what you're supposed to put your imagination on. Your imagination ought to be on bringing people to life. And then people cry for, hold on, let me finish this, my last thought. People cry for revival. I see this and hear it all the time. I have revival all the time. You know why? Because I sit and imagine myself speaking the word of God and people coming alive. Our imagination is not only for this world. There is an imagination that belongs to God, right? Give the things to Caesar that is Caesar. Give the things that is God that's to God. Your imagination will help you put your focus on what it's supposed to be on, so you can bring other people alive. What, Flip? What are you gonna say?
Yeah, so you mentioned Lot's wife looking back and her turning into a pillar of salt. So she basically had an implosion and she had a reprobate mind, right?
Yeah. Is somebody
like that.
Is somebody asking you to ask that, or is that you asking?
Well, that was my question, but there is a question. I don't remember who, but they're asking if Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt, like in real life.
If she turned into a pillar of salt, if you go look up the word salt in Hebrew, it means vapor. Go look it up. Let's go to the verse. Let's go to the verse. You know where it's at? You got it, Flip?
Yeah, I got it. It's Genesis 19.
Yeah. So it's gonna mean salt, but when you look at it, it's also referring to a vapor. You got it?
Yeah, so 19 verse 26. So, but his wife looked back from behind him and she became a pillar of salt.
That
word salt.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the word salt, basically it means melach, that's the word. 44:17 in Hebrew.
Salt and vapor.
Yeah, and it's coming from. Okay, it means vanished away.
Vanished away.
Like the root word.
Okay, bro. So it's not about, listen, again, in the Bible in its entirety, bro, it tells you not to look back. The whole thing constantly, you see God telling people, don't look back. Don't. So to not be able to put that together when Jesus is telling us not to look back, don't you think something's wrong with that?
Well,
I got you.
But also he says, don't look to the left, nor look to the right.
That's right. So why is he telling them to stay forward?
The blessing is coming.
Well, it's the same reason that Jesus says those who put their hand on the plowing is going forward, correct?
Towards the upward goal in Christ.
What'd you say, Look?
It has to do with hope.
Correct. You can't go sideways when you're plowing. You got to go plow forward.
You got to go forward. So there is no left, right. There is no back. But what I'm saying is the focus, though, the main focus is always don't look back. Those that put their hand on a plow and looking back, it's always this, this back. But it's referring to the imagination. The whole thing is all of it. And so
Hebrews 10:39 said, but we are not of them who draw back unto perdition, but of them that believe the saving of the souls.
That's right.
So we're not dropping back.
They're not drawing back. So all this looking back, drawing back, all this back, it's talking about back to the flesh, back to the imagination of what part of us was dead. The idea is to move forward. That's why Paul wrote, he says, I press forward, right? Somebody find that where Paul says that.
This goes into hope, right?
Yeah, let's go where somebody find the verse. Somebody find the verse. Yeah, well, somebody find it where Paul says press forward.
Philippians
Press the mark
3
of the high calling which is in Christ Jesus or something.
Philippians 3:14, somebody said.
Yeah, Philippians 3:14.
14 actually.
Philippians.
I press towards the mark of the prize, the high calling of God, which is in Christ Jesus.
Yeah, but go a couple of verses above that.
Brethren, I count myself not to have apprehended, but this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind.
Right there. Forgetting those things that are behind. Yeah. So watch this. Did Lot's wife, hold on. Did Lot's wife forget those things that were behind?
No.
She didn't.
Her mind was still back in those imagination and those lifestyle.
Right. Which means
and her kids that was it.
Which means her mind was still in Sodom and Gomorrah, and that's why she died the way she died. She burnt up. People can argue this. They can argue this all they want, but there is too much integrity, too much of God's integrity around this story that there is no debating. They want to see the word fire, bro. If you understand how she became a vapor, she was no more because of where her mind was, you would understand that she died the same way these people did. The same way. You're just missing it. You want her to get hit with the firestone. Bro, you're missing it. It was her imagination that caused her to die. You're missing the whole point.
Okay. Reaching forth unto the things which are before.
Yeah.
Reaching forth onto the things which are before. So she wasn't reaching forward. She's reaching back.
Why would
you want to reach back when you're doomed?
Right.
Why you're doomed, you're going back.
Yeah. So she had her hand on the plow. So look, she had her hand on the plow moving forward, but she looked back.
Yes.
But she looked back. And it wasn't.
The house is burning. Your house is burning down, Skill. So why would you want to even go back into the house?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I said all that because right here, okay, we are, okay. So Revelation 3, 7, it talks about hath the key of David. And then it says, he that openeth shutteth, and shutteth, and no man openeth. I know thy works. Behold, I have set before thee an open door. Before thee, not behind you. Before thee an open door, and no man can shut it. For thou hast a little strength, and hast kept my word, and hast not denied my name. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue which say they are Jews. Remember, Jesus called the Pharisees and the scribes of that day, he called them sons of Satan. He said that your father is Satan. He wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. When the covenant was made in the Garden of Eden, when Adam and Eve made a covenant with Satan, they became sons of Satan. If Adam and Eve would not have become sons of Satan, the scribes and the Pharisees couldn't be sons of Satan. So the covenant was made with Satan. All right, and it says, and I will make them to come, synagogue of the Jews. It says, and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. And then what verse were you pointing out? Was it 10, Love?
Yeah, verse 10. It's a mysterious.
Yeah, all right. It's okay. All right. So it says, to know that I have loved thee, because thou hast kept the word. So he's saying why he loved them. Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. Behold, I come quickly. So now he's talking about himself coming, right? So it goes into him talking about himself coming. Behold, I come quickly. Hold that fast which thou hast, that no thy crown. What crown? Crown that Paul talks about, right? That no man take thy crown. It says, him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God. Get it? I will make you a pillar in the temple of my God. If not, you're going to be another kind of pillar. There's 2 pillars in the Bible. 2.
Is it also like the place where the Israelites who rebel against God and their lamps basically get stamped in golden thing and becomes plates on the temple?
Well, let me finish my point here. So the ones that look back become a pillar, and we see one of them become a pillar, and the Bible calls it a salt. But in Hebrew, you can actually see it as a vanishing vapor, right? So, but either way, she became a pillar of death, if you don't understand. You're either going to be a pillar of life or a pillar of death. There's two pillars in the Bible. And he says, he that overcometh like a pillar in the temple of God, and he shall go no more out. Why? Because you've come in the door. Shall go no more out. And I will write upon him the name of my God and the name of the city of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of from my God, and I will write upon him a new name. He that hath ear to hear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. Okay, so you're bringing up 10 for what reason? Love?
10 is significant. It's a promise that Jesus Christ is making to the church in us. So what is your extrapolation of the word hour of temptation? Because he says patience, hours, temptations. These are key verses to note. And shall come upon all, what the hour of temptations are going to come upon the world, and them that dwell upon the earth. What is that? What is referring? Because he's talking about something that is going to come upon them. Either it's an immediate thing after, or is it something that is still forthcoming? So that's the question.
Okay, so you're asking
something that already happened, though.
Yeah. So all right.
My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, you're good. Let me see.
The word temptation in its context, because it's not referring to lusty temptation. I think it's a different word. If somebody can pull up the I don't know, the Greek on that one.
Is this where the man of sin is being revealed also?
That's what I was waiting for him to give me, because I
look it up in Hebrew. Yeah, no, go look up the word temptation in Hebrew, because it is going to be talking about like a hard time, but I don't remember the word that's being used in Hebrew, to be honest with you.
Cornerstone's making fun of that big word you used, extrapolation.
There's someone in the chat that asked a question. It said she wanted you to prove where Adam and Eve made a covenant with Satan.
All right, who's asking the question? What's the person's name?
Christ in you, hope of glory.
Christ in you, hope of glory. Let me see. Y'all think you're spiritual Israel too? Oh, she's in here to mock. Yeah.
Yeah, you normally twist scripture like this, LOL.
Yeah. Let me see.
Not here to learn.
Okay, Christ in you. All right, Christ in you. I got a question for you. When Jesus called the scribes and the Pharisees, when he said that your father is Satan, was Jesus telling the truth? Or was he not telling the truth? Christ in you. I'm just asking you a question. Was Jesus telling the truth when he called the scribe and the Pharisee, when he told them that Satan is your father, or you are of your father Satan? I'm asking you to prove. No, I know. I'm just seeing where you're at right here, because depending on how you answer it is going to determine whether we continue. I know what you're asking. I know. I want to know if was Jesus telling the truth or not. I don't know how you see that. It's important. If you want to have a small dialogue, you're going to have to start there. So we're going to have to start there.
How do you?
Jesus is God and cannot lie.
That?
Okay. Christ in you. When Jesus was telling the scribe and the Pharisees that their father is Satan, was he telling the truth? Just put yes or no. If you put yes, then I'll know you're saying that Jesus was telling. Yes, agreed. No, that's not you. Yes. Okay. All right. So let me ask you this. How is that possible? How could how could Satan be the father? The father. Notice the word is being used. How could he be the father if it wasn't for okay. Is that possible because the fall of man? Let me at least ask that. So Adam and Eve fell, right? Is that how that's possible? Or I don't understand how you're not seeing that. How is that possible? You can't answer my question. So you ask, oh, no, we're not. Nobody's going nowhere. I can answer your question very, very simply. But I needed to see where you were at there. So you know that Jesus is telling the truth, that the father of the scribes and the Pharisees was Satan. So let me ask you this: was Satan the father of every flesh man? Let me ask you that. Or do you not see born again the same? Maybe that's the issue. Or let me ask you this: when in the garden, did Adam and Eve's spirit die? You said Satan made a covenant with Adam and Eve. That's not biblical. Okay, so let me ask you this: how was Satan able to take Adam's dominion? How was Satan able to take Adam's dominion if they didn't have a covenant? How? How was he able to do it? Oh, a lot of these people come in here with fake accounts. They don't want no one to know exactly who they are, but same questions for the same. That is okay. Again, you're not answering my question. Answer my question. How was Satan able to? You don't know what a covenant is, because if you knew what a covenant is, you would understand how Satan was able to. How was he able to take it? See, you can't answer that question. See, how was he able to take it?
Got him. Oh, bro.
That ain't Romans 9 ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Christ in you.
He said bye, Felicia.
Christ.
Bye, Felicia.
Flip, who you talking to?
Talking to you, bro.
Okay.
He said bye, Felicia.
Hey, let them. Hey, Flip. Let them speak for themselves. Can you do that? Let them speak for themselves. Christ in you. So you don't understand, obviously, that that when they agreed to the lies of Satan, Satan became their father. That's sad that you're on a panel, or you're on a live where a panel is talking about something, and you don't understand how Satan was able to take. They had to come in covenant with him. Don't you understand? God is a giver. Satan is a taker. So when God and Adam and Eve, when they were one, that's the only way God was able to give them dominion. That's the only way. So Satan couldn't just come and take it. That don't make any sense what you're saying. You're acting like Satan just came over there and took Adam's dominion. No. They had to agree on the way that Satan thought. They had to agree on it in order to get in covenant with him. Why do you think their spirit dies? That means you don't die in the garden. Yeah. So this is a typical example that they're asking a question over here. So they want a verse. They want a verse that says Adam covenant is, then you understand that everyone that covenant has access to the same things. You know what a covenant is? The covenant is made. Everyone has access. So Satan was not able to take Adam's dominion unless he could get them to agree with the way that he thinks. And as soon as they agreed with the way that he thinks, they came into covenant. Now he had legal right to take. He had a legal right. So that's it. Let's see. Exactly. Like, so simple, Rhonda. There's no lukewarm. You're either a covenant with God, you're a covenant with Satan. You're one or the other. It's crazy. People come in here. No offense to the Christ in you person, but I ask my questions because I can already tell what you're not seeing. That's why you're asking. All right, let's see. We got a naysayer. I don't know who's this. Let's see. Luis makes no sense. All right, Luis, what makes no sense? Let's hear it. What makes no sense, Luis? See where you're at here.
Your argument's what they said.
No, let them speak for themselves. What makes no sense, Luis? Exactly. Don't.
They did, bro. I'm just reading.
No, let them do it, Hulk. Just let them do it. What you just argued about. Okay, you're not answering my question though. Well, what does it make sense? What? You're being vague. What specific thing is not making sense? I'll give you a circle or two, just like I did your buddy. What makes no sense? Because I'm going to show you where you're not under. I didn't understand. Okay, well, what is it you're not understanding? What is it you're not understanding? I mean, there's other people in the chat telling you to be more clear. What is it you're not getting? It's made with those who believe. Luis, let me at least ask you this. Can you be in covenant with both God and Satan at the same time? Satan has legal rights or authorities. Yeah, Luis, let me ask. Can you be in covenant with God and Satan at the same time? Are you? Maybe he's talking to somebody else. I don't know. Okay, so, all right. Well, then we're in agreement. I don't understand what you're saying. It don't make sense. You just answered your own. You cannot have two mouths. All right. So it makes sense now. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, so we're in agreement. You can't be in a covenant with both, bro. All right, so we'll move on from that. All right, we're in agreement. And see how sometimes it just takes a couple of questions. Everybody agrees all of a sudden instead of arguing. No, that's fine. If they misunderstood, that's fine. I'm not in agreement. Of course you are. You just now said you can't have two masters, bro. So that's exactly what I'm saying. If you're saying you don't understand what I'm saying, you just prove you understand what I'm saying by saying that you can't be in covenant with both God and Satan. So that is exactly what I'm saying. What is so hard? That's why I asked you that. So you're saying you don't agree. What do you mean? That's exactly what I'm saying. You agree. I'm saying I rebuke. Okay, well then you rebuke yourself because we're in agreement.
Oh, oh my goodness.
All right.
Oh, hey.
All right, Luis, we gave you your moment of glory. All right. Let me ask Hulk or Flip. Do y'all know who the Luis person is or who the Mind of Christ? Did y'all know?
Absolutely not.
Flip, did you know them?
No,
Flip?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I don't.
All right.
Mind of Christ. I mean, Christ in you. That was Kit Kat. I don't know if you remember.
No,
Kit Kat.
I remember the name. Yeah, I think that was. Yeah. That's obvious. I mean, that it was someone that, they have hate in their heart for whatever reason, want to come up here and start mischief. Like, but again, anyway, I think I said what I said, so that makes it simple.
Did we finish what we gone there, or we just heading in a different direction at the?
Yeah, no. So let's see. I think
Nina had a question. So I think Nina said she had some question.
Who? Nina had a question.
Well, I had a question, but okay, go ahead, Nina.
No.
She said, nope, wasn't me.
But that was in and I mixed up. So I know I heard some.
Yeah. Look what Cincy said. They both answered their own question. You know, it's funny. People, they lack understanding in some area, and they just can't wait to come out of the shadows like, yeah, I got him. And then I ask a couple of questions and they're like, oh, I didn't think of that. Of course not. That's why you're asking the question. So instead of come up here and learning so you can understand, you just think, oh, I'm going to come out of the shadows and I'm going to make this person look crazy. And like, let me ask you a couple of questions. No, I'm getting out of here. Why? Why leave now? You know, it's funny. Only Satan would cause you to go in someone's live, try to cause some sort of fight. And you're like, okay, now that I got everybody riled up, let me leave. Bro, it would have been better for you just to listen and not do that, bro. Like, God is not telling you, hey, go in there and start a fight amongst brethren. That God ain't telling. Come on. Again, it's one of the others telling you to do that. Yeah. Which is your flesh. So,
definitely better ways to do it also.
so many better ways. So many better ways to do it. No offense to anybody personally, but there are mountains in Jerusalem.
Oh gosh.
Oh, that made my day right there. You said there's no mountains. You're not listening to the context of what I'm saying, bro. Oh, bro, it's too good. It's too good, man.
So I was thinking about the imagination just in general this past weekend, and like how my age group, so I was born in the 90s, so we grew up with like the cartoons that were basically futuristic focused. Yeah. And so our imaginations were like focused on what the future could be, what it looks like, flying cars, big old cities, all that stuff. Yeah. And then I was thinking about today, which I don't have a kid that's in grade school yet, but they're not at all focused on futuristic, like encouraging the imagination to think about those things. And so in the same way, at least. So I was wondering if that would play into like what we are seeing today in the young adults, and then how that can affect like us, our view of hope, like of the future, like of our blessed hope that is biblical, that part, tying it into the Bible with imaginations.
Yeah, because yeah, so this goes all the way back to, I could tell anybody to stand up, like right there where you're at. You can stand up. If you're seated down, if you're, seated down right now, you can still do it there. But I just say it so you look at your feet. But if you're sitting down, you can still look down to the ground or the floor, wherever you're standing, and ask yourself, how am I standing right here? And it's because of your imagination. You are where you are because of your imagination, period. So if you're free, right, out in this world, married, have kids or whatever, you're there because you've imagined that. If you're in prison, sitting in prison in a prison cell, and you're listening to what I'm saying, you're there because of the way you think. So wherever you are, your imagination is the final answer of where you go. So your imagination is either the lust of this world or it's in the lust of the spirit, right? So that's why we're supposed to be like-minded with Christ. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
All right.
Hey, so that means me in the past, my imagination was gang banging. Is that why I got locked up, right?
I mean, it would mean that you, at some point in your childhood or something of that nature, had like an imagination of doing something that you either thought for some reason wasn't, wrong, or at that time, or that you didn't know. So there's that too.
Hey, don't say I didn't know. I prayed the rosary. I prayed Our Father. Yeah,
like I said, you were dating all three parts at that time. So
yeah,
if you're imagining things and you don't have like the truth to be able to imagine it through truth, if that makes sense, through Christ, then yeah, you're only going to be able to pick something that's going to lead to death, or in this case, jail. Like, something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, but no lie, man. I mean, being locked up changed me, bro.
Hey.
So my imagination
good.
changed
Some robbers
in prison. I was young and dumb, man.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Hey,
I had an IBGAF attitude. Let's just put it that way.
I was in them, bro. I was in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just thinking about that this weekend because I'm like, I wonder how that's going to affect like how they view, like even in at least like until they get descaled, them coming to Christ and still being carnal. How does that play into their view of the future, like and hope and things of that nature? Or I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I guess it'll play out exactly how Revelation says it will, but
yeah, when I read Revelation, when I first read it, I was like, man, all this stuff is already like spiritual. I mean, come on, you got grasshoppers with like crowns on their heads. You got a beast coming out from the sea, and all this other, whoop-de-whoop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You remember when me, you, and Hulk and Hard Truth went through Revelation?
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty much the black on white understanding.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is fine. We need that so that, I mean, because that'll help us to remember all of it from when we are getting descaled. Like now, when we are descaled and we hear these certain words now, it'll be like, oh, yeah, I remember that in Revelation, like when we were talking about the mountains the other day.
Yeah, exactly.
The kings of the earth and princes of the earth, the men, the people that aren't of God, are going to go hide in the mountains, whatever the mountains are, Yeah. They're going to go hide in them. And then when Jesus comes, the mountains are going to melt like wax. And then in Revelation, it says the mountains fall on top of them. And it's like, oh, okay. And then going into the spiritual, like mountains and wax and all that stuff. Yeah. Just wide open.
Yeah, but does it make you think like some of the stuff that's happening physically out there, like you see on the news that, they're taking away all this deli meat, people getting diseases, monkeypox, whoop-de-whoop, and all this other stuff. It brings you back to your imagination, say, hey, I remember reading this somewhere in Revelation, right? So it's kind of like a trip. It's like you see stuff physically, but yet spiritually, it's pointing to a whole different truth,
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. It's crazy. It's crazy how it's going to be. I'm not even, I'm excited to see it, but at the same time, like, hope everybody comes to Jesus, obviously.
Something I just thought of, well, the word is the bread, right?
Hey, Jennifer, can I say something real quick, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, don't forget what you're going to say. This ain't going to take long. Hey, can I get some people to go to the YouTube, please? Like, I need 10 or 15. There's 70 people in here. 10 or 15 people to go to the YouTube. And I know that ask me to go to Can you not ask me to go to YouTube? I like the platform that TikTok has. I said, I know, but I need some people on YouTube. So I need some people to kind of take it for the team, I guess, take one for the team and go over there. Cause I think there's only like 7 people over there, and it would be more beneficial for Descaled in its entirety for more people to go over there, because what's going to end up happening is 5 or 10 people, hopefully 20, go to the YouTube live. And let me tell you, if you don't want to sit in there, can y'all go to the YouTube live and at least like it or give it a heart? I think it's a thumbs up or whatever it is. And if you want to, and just stay there for like a minute or two and then just come back. But I need like 15 people to stay in there. If you don't mind, you can hear everybody. I understand you can't see everybody's picture. But so I don't know. Let's see all the.
Hey, Truck, you should reward it like this. If you guys have another device, you guys should go over on YouTube also.
Oh, you're right. Right. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah. If you're already watching on TikTok, please turn on the other device on the YouTube live. And if you want to look at the TikTok screen, then fine, look at the TikTok screen, but at least have the other device up and running with the live. I'm telling you, it helps a lot. And let me say something about some of the people that are trying to be slick and they don't want to know who they are when they come in here. Guys, last thing we need to do is to be talking bad. Clearly, they're probably in some sort of like depressed state or something. Just pray for them, leave them alone, please. Right? I'm telling you, I've had plenty of people who have done the same thing. Like I used to either talk to them or maybe not personally know them, but maybe I've had conversations with them, and they would do the same thing years ago. And within a few years would come back, and we had no problem since then. And man, people go through hard times, man. And sometimes people, man, and they'll come in here and do that, start a fight. They're not happy themselves. People who do stuff like that, I'm sorry to say it, there's no true happiness there. And you need to be able to discern that something's wrong. You're not their problem. Okay? I'm not their problem. Their problem's within themselves, but you don't use that to mock or stuff like that. Just leave them alone if you know who it is. I'm not gonna, just leave them alone, man. Just, like don't bad mouth them or anything. None of that. Anyway, Jennifer, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I was just thinking about when Jesus fed the multitude of people, he had 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. I see that the bread represents the bread. The bread represents the word, which is Jesus Christ. So it says in the Lord's Prayer, it says, give us our daily bread. All right. So that's what he was basically doing. He was teaching the multitude, feeding them that word, his teaching. So that would be the logos. And then the fish would be like the revelation of the teaching, what they received. Would it? Because then I think about when Jesus Christ came back, this is after his resurrection, he asked for boiled fish. And he asked a question to the disciples. He said, does a spirit eat? Does a spirit talk? And then he eats in front of them. And obviously he was talking.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and when it comes to that, right, because people have a lot of questions like, well, if he was, why was he eating? Like, what was the purpose of all that? And it said, and it's talking about the Messiah, that he was going to become a man. It makes it very clear. But it says that he came in the likeness of man. I don't understand why people are not understanding this. He was not exactly what a man was. He did not have a fallen nature. He was perfect. His body was 100% perfect. And I'm not talking about like he didn't have a freckle somewhere. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that there was not the fallen sin from Adam in his blood. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't there. That's why when his blood hit the earth, it didn't cry anything that was the same as Abel's blood. It didn't cry the same thing. Abel's blood was not perfect. That's why it cried for revenge. But Jesus's blood was 100% perfect. And instead of crying for revenge, it cried forgiveness. Why? Because it was able to cry. It was able to cover the first blood that was spilt. It was able to do that because it was perfect. And because he gave his life. It was the sacrifice, was him giving his life for us. So let me say this real quick. Let me see. Man, what was I? Oh, okay. Let me say this, guys. I don't know if y'all are doing this or not. Right now, I am talking to TikTok people. I'm talking about everyone that has a TikTok. Make sure at least once a week. I'm telling you, every 3 or 4 days, TikTok has an update. Listen, go update your TikTok. If you don't know how to do it, there are plenty of people up here that can help you with that. If you go to your apps in your phone, TikTok's going to show up and it might say open app. Don't open the app. Just click the TikTok like thing, like where it says open, don't hit open. Go to the right or left of that and click the screen, and it's going to take you to like the main TikTok app page, and wait about 5 to 10 seconds and it'll turn in. That open button will turn into update. And when it does, you hit update and update. I'm starting to think that the reason that a lot of people is not getting like the chimes from their notifications, or why it's not popping up as I'm live, is maybe you haven't updated your phone, or sorry, your app. Yeah. So make sure you have your app updated, or you're going to start having issues with the app. So that's one thing. Another thing, guys, whenever TikTok makes a video, like when Descaled makes a video, please do me a favor. Like, I know y'all just like to watch it and then make a comment real quick, but that there's a lot of people that make comments and you forgot to like it. Liking the video and commenting and sharing it and saving it to your favorites, all that stuff pushes the algorithm. It pushes the video further for more people to see. So I apologize for all the tasks that we have to do to like push content. I'm just reminding everyone. And remember, let the video play. If you know the video, like let's say it's a short, most of them are. If it's only a 30-second video, wait about 10 seconds or so, and then you can like it, start sharing it, make a comment or something like that. But there's so many things. And then repost it. And then repost it. If you don't know how to repost, when you go to share it, there's going to be a yellow button in there. And it should say repost, or it'd have like little arrows going in circles. Repost it. Okay, do that too. What are you going to say, Hulk?
Whatever you did, man, worked. Because today you showed up on the For You page, and also we had 70-some people in here. So that what you wrote them worked. It got you out of the shadow band.
I think so, man. Yeah. We'll talk. We'll talk about it. Let's use our phones to talk about that, though. I don't want to talk about it on here. That's something else that I need to talk to y'all about. But anyway, does anyone that's listening, do you not know how to do anything that I'm talking about? Please, you could put it in the chat. You could say, I need help with that. I'm sure somebody will reach out and help you do that if you don't know how. So.
If I got questions, I'll help.
Yeah.
And I'll do all that he's talking about. So,
yeah.
DM me.
Passion said, repeat it once more. Passion, do you know? Let me ask you, Passion. Passion, do you know how to update your TikTok app? Passion, do you know how to update your TikTok app? And also,
facetious.
Yeah. Also, go to your cache. This is another thing, guys. Go to your cache and start clearing your cache out. I went to mine and man, my thing was super packed. Flip got a question. Flip, what's up?
Hey, yeah, question though. Like having your own business, right? So our forefather, like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, they were all rich and all that, their royalty and all that. Paul, he was a tent maker, he had his own business. Jesus was a carpenter, he had his own business. Don't you think that us children of God should have our own business as well? Is it a bad thing if we don't have one?
Well, I don't think it's about having your own business. I think it's about working to earn money so you can use it as a tool. So it's not about owning your own business, because if everybody owned their own business, who's going to work for them?
Well, you got slaves.
No, bro. I'm talking about today. There ain't no slaves today.
I'm employees.
No. Listen, I'm saying.
That's
listen,
what I meant to say.
All right. Well, look. Let me say it again. In 2024, 2025, I'll use the year 2025. In 2025, if everybody owned a business, every human, who's going to work for the business?
The unbelievers.
No, because they don't know. No, because the unbelievers own a business. I said everybody. If everybody owned a business, including unbelievers, that's the word everybody, who's going to work?
Well, I mean, anybody.
No, nobody, bro. Nobody could have a worker. Everybody owns a business, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, I see what you
mean. Everybody, bro. If every human in the world owned their own business, who's going to work?
Well, you'd be working for yourself?
No, you have no workers is the point I'm making, bro. So there's nothing wrong with working for someone who owns a business as long as you're getting paid. Nothing wrong with that. I say that if you have time to have your own business, then absolutely you should have. I have more than one. I have multiple businesses, bro. I don't just have one. I have multiple. So,
Me too.
So you need to, figure out what you can do to make money. And if you don't know what that is, then go learn a trade. I'll tell people all the time, you can find something that is like maybe a semester long, and they'll teach you how to do something. And then you can go do that and make money, whatever that is. Or if you don't want to do it that way, you can go to school and learn a trade where you need a license or a certificate and someone will hire you because of your trade. You may not own your own business, but you can do it that way as well. Louis said,
starting a business ain't easy, man, especially out here in Cali.
Well, it just depends what it is that you're claiming you know how to do, bro. So listen,
you already know I love working with my hands, man. I'm a mechanic.
Okay. Oh yeah, bro. But you live in Cali, bro. There's a mechanic, bro. They got as many mechanic shops in Cali like they do McDonald's is in Texas, bro. Like you're not offering a skill that's hard to come by. Is what I'm saying. So there ain't nothing wrong being a mechanic, but you need to be able to offer something that not a lot of people offer. So you got to figure out what that. You got to figure out what that is, man. All you got to do is go to the internet and be like, trades to learn that are good or whatever, and there's going to be 100. After a while, bro, it's going to come down to 5 trades that you know nothing about, but it has to do with working your hands, like welding. You ever thought going to welding school?
I already know how to weld. I fabricate, I weld, I do all that.
All right, so you're a mechanic that knows how to weld. Now you got to ask, what else does that would help that? What other trade would help that? That's what I'm talking about. It's what trade is going to make that better, and that's what's going to help you. Whatever trade. So mechanic,
like some like car restoration or something.
Okay, so you painting, bro. Painting cars.
Build motorcycles, bro. You could build motorcycles, which is a lot of money in that.
Well, okay, that's a lot more detailed though. I'm saying like a small trade. So like learning how to paint. Like if you know how to paint vehicles and you know how to weld, and like you said, body shopping, like maybe, I'm just saying, all you got to do is find out what will make, what skill and what I'm already doing could I add to make my skill better in what I'm doing. And that's what you do. That's how you make, and then before you know it, the numbers are starting to go down on your skill level. So you don't want to be up here where 50,000 people can do what you can do. You got to bring that down. Okay, there's only 500 people that do what I can do. That's what you have to do, right? If you just make tacos, everybody makes tacos. Okay, well, I make tacos out of this or what, like for instance, there's pizza places that are popping up around here and they have cauliflower dough. And they're like, it's more healthy.
Yum.
It's more healthy than regular dough. Well, as far as I know, Pizza Hut and like Domino's, like the places that are out here, They don't have cauliflower dough. And if they do, they just got it because growing up, they had no cauliflower dough, bro. So not only are these people making pizzas, they use cauliflower dough. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So they're not just a regular pizza place. They're doing something that the majority of other people don't do. They're calling it a healthy pizza. Is it really healthy? The answer is absolutely not. It's not healthy, but it's got less carbs. So to some people, it's like, cheating. Like I get to eat pizza, but I don't have all the bread, all the carbs. So in a way, you can say it's a little bit healthier. I mean, you can kind of in a way, right?
Hey, yeah, but the thing is that, like, let's say on my Facebook, it says occupation, and I put hustler in San Diego, California. That's because I know how to work on cars and all this other the whole 9 yards, man.
Yeah.
But what about like when it comes to like stock trading, crypto trading, as your side hustle?
Yeah, I don't consider
me about that.
I don't consider that a side hustle, bro, to be honest with you.
Why is that? Why? That's a business though.
Well, you can call it whatever you want, but it's just me. I don't consider that a side hustle. I consider it a form of gambling more than anything. I'm not saying it's bad to do, but it's not a hustle. It's just not to me. It's not to me. Yeah, you could say that. It's a form of investment, but it's gambling. It's a gambling investment because you could lose too.
Yeah.
It can go both ways. But I don't consider that a hustle at all. That's just me. Just because something bringing money in, you don't just put the word, hustle. I don't know. Not me. But to be honest with you, like out here like you said that you and your wife might move out here to Texas. If you have a website and people are asking what you do, the word you want to stay away from is hustler. You better not put that on there. Ain't nobody gonna come to you.
That's what I was about to say.
Because that's
why.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because that's because that word points to like thugs and gangsters. That's what it points to.
What?
Yeah.
Right.
Is that how Texans think?
We can have a conversation.
All right, let's look up. Let's look up the word. Hey. Flip, go to the dictionary. I don't need it in Hebrew or Greek. Go to the dictionary and look up the word hustler or the word hustle.
Flip, I'm gonna call you offline, bro. We have
what
a
are you talking
conversation,
about?
bro.
Flip, go to the dictionary and look up the word.
That word hustle is not in the Bible, though.
I didn't. I said go to the dictionary. I didn't say go to the Bible. I said go to the dictionary, Webster's dictionary, and look up the word hustle. Read it out loud.
All right. So it says obtained by forceful action or persuasion.
Forceful action or persuasion. Sound like a gangster or a thug to me, buddy.
Nah, that's a lie.
You just read it. Hold on a second. Bro, you just read it.
Google's lying, man.
Oh my God.
Another website.
Oh my God. Somebody pull up Webster's dictionary. Somebody go to the Webster's website or a book and look up the word hustle. A pimp is a hustler, bro.
Thanks. That's fair.
Jeez.
Okay, so Webster's dictionary, to crowd or push roughly. Okay, that sounds better.
It sounds better to push or crowd forcefully, bro?
Roughly.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Roughly. What does the word rough mean, bro? Are you serious? That sounds better. This guy.
Flip 1/8, please, dog.
You want to be a pimp, Flip?
No, he doesn't. No, it's because Flip been taught the wrong lingo because he lives out there, freaking demon world, demon land over there, and he don't know what word to use. Flip, the word you're looking for is entrepreneur. Somebody help me with that word.
Entrepreneur.
That word. Now go look that up. Go look that up. Go look that up in the dictionary.
Okay. I'll look it up.
Look it up. Read it out loud. You need to start using that word. Even though that word kind of means lazy in Texas, but go ahead and it's better than rough and push people around. Golly.
So it's an individual who creates a new business bearing most of the risk and enjoying the rewards.
All right. So in Texas, that word means you're lazy. Read it again. Read the definition.
Why in the world would that be lazy?
Would you read it again? Read it again. Read it again. I'll tell you.
An individual who creates a new business, bearing most of the risk and enjoying most of the rewards.
Okay, so most people out in this area that use that word is because they're focusing on enjoying the rewards, meaning they may have a business, but they only make like 10 grand a year. So basically they don't do a whole lot of working, but they're the ones putting all the money to even get this thing going, but they don't make a lot of money. Okay, but they're enjoying the rewards is because they don't work a lot. You understand? So in this area, when people go, "Oh, I'm an entrepreneur," it means you're lazy out here. That's what it means. You're lazy. All right.
Oh, that is such false. That's
hold
heresy.
on. Let me finish. Let me finish, bro. The other word you're using, hustler, means gangster or thug out here. That's what those words mean, man. Most of the people that are listen, bro. Okay, are really every day I'm hustling. Why are they using that word, bro? Come on, bro. It's not hard, bro. It's not hard. An entrepreneur, what you just read, that's exactly what it means. But I'm sitting there telling you, 90% of people that say they're entrepreneur, bro, they don't work a lot, bro. I don't know how else to say this to you. They don't. Let me see. Passion said, Trot, aren't you a lumber entrepreneur? Yeah, but I'm retired. You don't see the difference there?
Exactly.
You don't.
I'm retired.
But I'm retired. You understand? That means I've already put in enough time somewhere where I receive a pension. I've already retired. So if I wanted to, I could be lazy, but I own multiple jobs while I'm retired.
Thanks.
It's totally different. So like if you're not retired and you don't receive a pension, you're like, I'm an entrepreneur, and you make 10 grand a year, you're lazy, period. There's no other way around that, you know? And if people get mad and they're like, no, man, no, don't be mad at me, bro. Don't be mad at me. I'm just telling you. And let me say this. Let's say it's not true that you're lazy. The majority of people around you are going to see you as lazy, okay? That's the point. That's how people are going to see it. Unless you put yourself around a bunch of lazy people that make $2,000 a year and you make 10 grand, they'll be like, wow, dude, you're so phenomenal. And now you've lowered your standards, and instead of you growing in life, you're stagnant. It's not okay. That's why the Bible says to what's the word I'm looking for? To like look at other people as a standard. What's the word it uses? It doesn't use the word standard though.
Hey, Trot.
What?
You say you have 3 businesses, so basically you are considered an entrepreneur, FYI, if you didn't know that.
So you still missed the point that I'm making.
Oh, bro, that is the word that is used. If you have your own business and you have other streams of income,
somebody help Flip.
I got you.
What it is,
bro. Flip.
Oh
bro.
My God!
You're focusing on the black on the white, my guy.
I don't care if I'm focused on the belly, man.
Black on the white.
I'm just saying, bro.
Let's get a Bible. Hey, y'all, let's get a Bible. For real. I'm pulling Flip's here. Let's get a Bible. Bible.
All right, yeah, we need to go to Bible, but I'll say this real quick. Flip, listen, an entrepreneur is not someone who's already retired from a business. They're not receiving
Oh my God, no, bro. It's not that.
Can I finish, bro? Can I finish?
Go Google Tony Robbins.
Hold on.
He's an entrepreneur.
Hey,
He's a philanthropist.
Hey, can I finish? Can I finish, please? Yes. Hello.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
An entrepreneur. Just hear me out. Listen to what type of entrepreneur I'm talking about. The entrepreneur that I'm talking about is someone that is not retired. They're not pulling a pension from a company that they worked hard for many years. All they have done is they're like, hey, I'm an entrepreneur. Oh, yeah, what do you do? I do many things. How they make their income. There is no other income, bro. Do you understand? So they don't have a career. They were never in a career. They just hop from like little scheme jobs here and there, and that's how they make their money. But there's no longevity in one in one place.
Let me say something.
That's the type
like
of
both are retired. We're not lazy, so therefore we go out and find other things to do. I don't work because I have to. I work because I don't want to be lazy, and I like extra money.
Yeah. So, Flip, you're kind of like that person that came in here and you're like, you're saying Israel ain't got no mountains. You're kind of missing the whole point that I'm making. I'm not saying that there's no hills and small mountains in Israel, but they don't have no Mount Everest out there. They don't have that out there. So, all right. Eric said, Eric of Texas said welding is where it's at, and that is true. I actually thought I learned how to weld a little bit just because of friends, but I've never like went to a school like where you can put many hours in. And I'm actually thinking about going to a welding school so I can learn how. There's always times that I want to fabricate something. I don't know if y'all seen the video that I posted on the Trot account where me and my brother are working on some wood. I put it up there yesterday, and we kind of have a winch fabricated to the tree. Hey, Hulk, did you see that video, bro?
See it, brother. I'll
It
look
must
at
be
it.
an Android
I'll look
user.
Hulk, did you see that video?
No, I didn't, man. I'll look at it, though.
Yeah. Well, anyway, there's something that we want to fabricate to put on the tree to make this more simple. But neither one of us know how to weld, right? So I was thinking about cutting some timber. Yeah. So that's why I want to go. But I already told my brother, man, I said, that might be bad, bro. If both me and him go learn how to weld, oh my, I'm going to weld the trees to the ground. Like, bro, everything's going to have a bead. You hear me? Like, the whole property go, hey, my concrete pad, bro, is going to have a bead around that bad boy. You hear me? I'm going to figure out how to do it. You know, I don't know. But I'll probably spend so much money on metal. All right, so let's go over something, one more thing before we hop off. Texas don't understand entrepreneurship. Flip, you better not come out here. You could be living in the streets.
But, hey, you think it's a bad thing? Being an entrepreneur is good. Oh, bro.
No, Flip, you're still missing it. Hold on. Hold on, Flip.
You don't know, bro.
Flip.
Serious.
Flip, let me finish, bro. Let me just say this.
Oh, bro.
If I have to say this so you can understand, there are different types of entrepreneurs, bro. But the majority of them, listen to me very clearly, bro. 75-80% of people who claim to be an entrepreneur are lazy and broke. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Of course, there's people, bro, who are entrepreneurs. They got like 3 or 4 businesses, and some of them are even millionaires. But you're talking about a 1 to a 5%. So you're going to sit here and tell me that every listen, let me just say this. The majority, bro, matter of fact, let me tell you this, bro. If you had a daughter that was 20, okay, and she said, hey, Dad, I'm going to bring this guy so you can meet him. If you ask him, hey, what do you do? And he says, I'm an entrepreneur. You better kick him out of your house. Are you not understanding what I'm trying to tell you? Are you not understanding? Who doesn't understand what I'm saying, bro? This is a statistical fact.
Hey, if anybody can go through me first, homie.
What?
Straight up.
What? Are you not understanding?
About it.
I said, what if you ask
Flip offline, bro.
Okay, talk to him offline. All right, we're gonna hop on Bible. Flip, you wasting time over here, man. You're wasting time, bro. All right, hold on. Hey, y'all hold on a second. Let me do this real quick.
Somebody did want to go for the rich young people.
Yeah. Saba, you got a echo.
Oh, I have an echo. Oh my god.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, hold on. All right, let's try one more here. Hey, what's going on, man? What's on your mind? I don't know if you can hear me or not. Nope. Luis, what's up, man?
Hey, what up? Can you read that parable of the rich man?
Well, what do you think about it? Why do you want me to read it?
So I could hear God's word and be a believer.
So you're not a Christian, Luis?
I'm trying to figure out what to believe in life. Can you please help me?
Let me do this first. So you've been
How
how
long?
long?
Scripture of the rich man parable.
How? Well, it's funny that you're not a believer, and out of all the things in the Bible, do you think that's the one that's going to bring you to the Lord?
No, but I want to hear that one right now.
Okay. So what you used to believe? How old are you, Luis?
36.
What do you do for a living? You an entrepreneur?
I am unemployed and I'm broke as shit.
All right. Hey, weren't you? Aren't you
battling with my faith?
What faith is
I
that?
want to be read the scripture of the rich man parable, please.
What faith are you battling with?
Well, I figured that well, I always believed in God, but now since COVID and I lost everything I have, my family, even my health, I'm kind of, in between now. So I kind of want to hear that parable read, please.
Yeah, but I got to ask, why do you want to hear that parable?
I don't know, like sudden.
Have you heard it? Have you heard it before?
Yeah, but I can't remember what it word for word what it says, or what the lesson was.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out why can't we read something else? Why's it got to be that one?
Well, see, maybe the Lord has something planned for all of us. I don't know. It might benefit us all.
How
just in case, read it.
How could it benefit us if you don't even remember what it's about? How about this?
Are you a Bible believer or not? What is the treasure that you found? What are you promoting
there?
On here?
That's what you should have came up here asking. Why didn't you ask that first when you came up?
And then, so for me to help figure that out, can you read the rich man's parable?
That's not going to help. I can show you what could help if you want me to read what I believe you need to hear.
I should not lean my understanding on man's, but God's, and I just want to kind of hear the word.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the word. Okay, so have you ever read the Old Testament?
Is that where the rich man's parable is?
There are rich man and there are parables in the Old Testament.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the one where he goes and a rich man asks how to get into heaven or something.
I'll tell you what. I'll read you something from the Old Testament, and that's all I can do for you today. Is that good enough or not?
No, sir.
No, it's not? Okay. Well, you can hop down.
Okay.
All right. God bless.
God bless, bro.
How do you get off of here?
Oh, don't worry. I'll get you out.
I think he might be trolling, bro.
Of course. Come on, guys. Come on. Of course.
Troll.
Come on. It's not hard. You got to use some.
During night, but not last night, homie.
Yeah. Yeah. That right there, there was something specific that he wanted to talk about on that very specific deal. So it's not hard.
He said he was poor, but so that would not have even helped him.
Yeah. All right. Or what'd y'all say y'all wanted to go over? Or Saba, you got a question? Because Saba come up.
Yes. God bless everyone. God bless your brother. So yesterday, like me and Trent, we were going through John 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
And something really interesting, drew my attention. And we were talking about it, and Trent, he started to edify, and it was really beautiful. And I wanted to hear your take on it. Okay. So it says in John 18:10, then Simon Peter, having a sword, drew it out and struck the high priest's servant. So I was like, high priest servant, right? And cut off his right ear. The servant's name was Malchus, I think. right? But before that, Jesus was talking, right? When the soldiers, they came to arrest him, Jesus was speaking. But then Simon, he takes out the sword, right? And then he strikes the high priest servant, right? And I was like, so right there, Jesus is preaching, right? Before, like, to the soldiers and talking to them. And then he takes the sword and then he struck the high priest servant and cut off his right ear, right? And I know that Simon Peter, he would tap into his flesh, his carnal mind, right? From time to time. So he was like, that's why, Jesus knew. And I thought, like, I was like, okay, so this is high priest and he's doing that. And he stopped Jesus' preaching, right? And Trent, he said, like, it was his right ear. What does it mean? Like, the right side of God. Obviously, Jesus is the right arm of God, and the right is, is it grace?
His righteous
grace,
side.
Authority.
It's his,
yes.
Okay. So the left arm of God is his judgment and the right side is his righteous side. So everything righteous comes from that side, which is grace and all these things. So no, it's not a coincidence that Peter acted the way that he did. Nothing here is a coincidence at all. Matter of fact, give me a second, just real quick. Hold on, let me answer this real quick.
I've always got them great questions. I love it.
Hashtag entrepreneur.
Look, bro, listen to me. You are a mechanic, bro. If you go to freaking Taste and work on 18-wheelers, bro, you'll make a killing. Trust me. That's all you got to know how to do. Just work on big trucks.
I actually do that already.
Well, there you go. You come to Texas, there's not as many there as there is in California.
Exactly. So I better transfer my California pay over to Texas, man. Serious stuff.
Yeah, but California is definitely, you got to pay higher. Your rent's higher. Texas is going to be way lower, and you're going to be making the same amount of money. Therefore, now, if you come to North Carolina with what you know, you're going to be rich here, brother. Rich. Trust me. And then if you come hang out with me and become a crypto guy, then you really going to have money.
You best believe I'm sitting on that, man.
All right. All right. We're okay. So, all right, where we at? John 18:10.
Yes, John 18, verse 10. I mean, before that, obviously, we can go before because Jesus starts speaking, right? And then Simon does that. So,
yeah. So,
do you want me to read it from verse 7?
No, read it. Read 18:1 through 11.
All right. Okay, it says, when Jesus had spoken these words, he went out with his disciples over the brook Kidron, I think, where there was a garden, which he had his disciples entered. And Judas, who betrayed him, also knew the place, for Jesus often met there with his disciples. Then Judas, having received a detachment of troops and officers from chief priests and Pharisees, came there with lanterns, torches, and weapons. Jesus, therefore, knowing all things that would come upon him, went forward and said to them, "Whom are you seeking?" They answered him, "Jesus of Nazareth." Jesus said to them, "I am he." And Judas, who betrayed him, also stood with them. Now, when he said to them, "I am he," they drew back and fell to the ground. Then he asked them again, "Whom are you seeking?" And they said, "Jesus of Nazareth." Jesus answered, "I have told you that I am he. Therefore, if you seek me, let these go their way. Then they saying might be fulfilled which he spoke. Of those whom you gave me, I have lost none." Then Simon Peter, having a sword, drew it and struck the high priest's servant and cut off his right ear. The servant's name was Malchus. So Jesus said to Peter, "Put your sword into the sheath. Shall I not drink the cup which my Father has given me?"
All right. So remember, names mean everything, right? So in another gospel, Jesus heals the ear, correct?
Amen. Yes, faith comes by hearing. Yes,
Okay,
ears is really important.
let's go find the gospel where Jesus heals this cut ear. Let's go find that one.
The same, I think it's in the same, no? He hears the same, the high priest, he puts his ear, right? I think it's in the same one.
Oh, okay, maybe it is. I'm sorry.
Luke 22. Luke chapter 22.
Hold on, is it? Yeah, well, hold on. No, I know it's in Luke, but is it here? Let's see. Father, drink it, and then he came to Captain.
Yeah, because right after that, I remember.
Yeah, but in John, give me the verse where he's healing the ear, Saba. In John.
I'm trying to find it, brother. 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, it's not in John. It's going to be in Luke.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So where's it at in Luke?
22. Luke 22.
All right. So Luke, let's go to Luke 22. That's why it's important to, read all the stories. Like, so this story is the story in Luke 22. That's why I tell people when you're reading the parable of the sower, it's not just in one gospel. I think it's in all of them. Is it 3? I think it's all of them. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but it's in there more than once, and every one of them tells you something different. And it's good to go to all the accounts to kind of help you put the story together. So Luke 20, I'm sorry, what'd you say, Flip? My bad.
Luke 22, and 22. Should be like around 50, verse 50.
Verse 50? Well, hold on, where does it start? 45? Spake, Judas betrayed.
47, I think.
47. Yeah, that's where he betrays him with a kiss. Let's see. What verse did you say that Jesus heals the ear?
50. It's verse 50. I can read it if you want.
Okay, hold on. One small. All right. So 49, they saw. Okay.
50 and 51, I think it is.
All right, small. All right, go ahead and read 50 and 51. It's just going to add to what you already read.
Okay, I can read from 49. It's not that much. I mean, I can.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. It's fine.
Okay. So it says, when those around him saw that was going to happen, they said to him, Lord, shall we strike with the sword? And one of them struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his right ear. But Jesus answered and said, permit even this. And he touched his ear and healed him. Amen.
Okay. And here, let me ask this. Does it give us the name of the person whose ear was cut off here?
No,
but it gives us the name in John.
Yes.
Right. So anytime we see a story in the gospel, go find that story in the other gospels because it's very important. So what we can get from this is now the name of the servant is actually pretty phenomenal. Flip, can you go back to John where it has the name of the Yeah, can you look that up in the Greek what his name means?
Wait, say it again. Go back to John.
Yeah.
18.
John 18. John 18:10. And the name of the servant that got his ear cut off. Can you read that to me? What is it?
You're talking about Malchus.
Yeah, but make sure that you're going to John 18:10 and look up that specific name right there in that verse. Like, don't just type type in Malchus. Type in that name right there in the chapter and verse where it is, and let the Strongs tell us what it means, because it tells us.
Yeah, king or kingdom.
Right, kingdom. Okay,
Yeah.
so now this is the high priest servant, right?
Yes.
Right.
Amen.
So the high priest servant gets his ear cut off.
Right.
The high
And
priest,
right ear.
the right ear, right? So many times in the Bible, especially like in Leviticus, talks about they put blood on the right ear of the high priest, the right thumb, the right big toe, right, the righteous side, and it's just a coincidence that Peter takes out a sword, and clumsy Peter, I mean, he's probably trying to hit him in the neck and completely missed everything, hit his ear. But the thing is, Jesus heals the ear. Jesus does. And it's a coincidence. You think it's a coincidence that it was the high priest servant that has his ear cut off, and his name happens to be Kingdom? The Bible makes it clear that there is going to come a time where a lot of the quote unquote people who are still in bondage, like in the Jewish religion, that their ear will be opened up to the truth. You think it's a coincidence that it happens to be the right side and it was Jesus that healed the ear of the kingdom? As a coincidence that Jesus healed the hearing, the ear of the kingdom? No. No one can come to the kingdom of God unless they hear, unless they can hear. That's why Jesus always says, for those that have ears to hear, let them hear. But they have to have ears to hear. It's Jesus that heals the hearing. Jesus does. But this is just not talking about just the Jews, though. This is the kingdom of God, which is, it's everybody now, okay? And now including the Jews. Only through Christ can the kingdom of heaven be obtained. Only through Christ. So their ears have to hear the word. And it was Jesus, after healing this ear of the servant of the high priest, that it was a shadow of Jesus healing the hearing of even the Jewish people. So it's pretty.
And also, brother, like what
jealousy.
Interesting is that person, he became a believer afterward.
Yeah.
The high priest, he became a believer,
Yeah,
right? He heard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where's the verse that talks about that? There is a verse that talks about.
I think it's on John.
Let's find it real quick. It's in
John 18. I read it. It's John 18. Where was it? One second.
Because he comes back, I think, is what happens.
Yeah.
God bless.
God bless you, Trent.
Trent, what's going on, man?
Yeah, Trent explained it like really good, because I mean, maybe he can, explain his point when he said it. Like, he gave like few good points regarding that. But I want to, I think it was I know that in John 18 in 26, it says, one of the servants of the high priest, a relative of him, whose ear Peter cut off, said, "Did I not see you?" Okay, no, it's not that one. I just saw it somewhere.
What are you looking for? What
this high priest, he became a believer after he started following Jesus. After Jesus healed his ear, I think it's back in Luke 22. Let me see. Okay, let me find it 1 second.
Yeah, if anybody knows where that might be, I don't recall, but no, there is one of these people did come back. I just don't remember if it was the high priest or the servant. I want to say it might have
talking about Nicodemus.
No,
he's the one that became a believer.
No,
I don't think it mentions Malchus.
No, I'm saying it. I recall it being someone at this event right here. Somebody said Luke 22:50.
Yeah, I found it there too.
All right, so just read it. Yeah, I want to say.
No, I think we just read that one.
I want to say it was a servant that came back, but it's been so long, I don't recall.
The verse doesn't say that.
There's a verse that says something about, or maybe I'm mixing stories. I thought one of them came back. It was either the servant or the high priest. But if not, no big deal. No big deal. But I thought it did too. I thought it said something like that. But it's been a minute.
Servant. I'm pretty sure it was the servant.
John 18:26. Let me see. John 18:26. I saw that. 26. It says, one of the servants of the high priest, a relative of him whose ear is cut off, said, "Did I not see you in the garden with him?" Peter then denied, and again, and immediately a rooster. No, it's not that one.
Yeah, I don't remember where it's at. But I will say this. Let's say that servant did become a believer. Let me ask you this. Do you think he came looking for Peter? I guarantee you, boy, if that dude was like, oh, man, something's real about this. When he went up there, he probably told Peter, not you, get away from me. I want John. John, can you help me understand what's going on here? Guarantee you. He told Peter, nah, bro, we're good. You cut my ear off. I don't listen to you. More than likely.
I don't remember. I think maybe it's in what was the Passion? I think I saw it in the movie of the Passion that he became a believer. I don't think it's in the Bible.
Yeah. So again, those movies are not doctrine, right? But also,
100%.
yeah. Also, I'm mixing another story because there was some event that happened where the person came, but I don't remember what it is. But again, I'm not saying that this is the one. I was asking it if it was. I don't recall that part. But yeah, so it's not a coincidence at all that Jesus, literally, if you want to say the person's name in English, Malachus, his name means kingdom. So if we say Jesus healed the ear to kingdom, it's just, I'm sorry, you can play around with it all you want to and make it not true, but it's just not a coincidence at all. But is there something else you wanted to say about it? Anybody?
No, I think Trent, he wanted to say.
I mean, I just want to make sure that if I'm giving the wrong interpretation for it, I want to have your opinion or what you think about it. My whole thing about it was when Peter drew the sword and basically removed the right ear of that high priest servant, right? And he cut his right ear off. And I know that the right hand of God is Jesus, right? So when he removed the right ear of that high priest servant, that sort of disconnected his ability to hear because faith comes from hearing. So when he removed his ear, that allowed him to no longer hear the word. So basically Christ in this equation has been disconnected because if you could remove the right ear, you remove Christ and you can't go to the Father except through Christ.
Yeah, so
Christ.
Yeah, no, so that's that's accurate because you got to remember in the time right now we're still in the Old Testament. This is Old Testament. And a lot of people think this is New Testament because Jesus is here. No, Jesus is under the law. So everything the way he authored the Old Testament, it's all relevant still right now. So 100% that they could not hear the Spirit. The Jewish people could not hear the Spirit. There was only a few that followed Jesus. A lot of them could not understand what was going on. And you cannot miss the biggest point of this. It was because of the law. The law made them blind. The law made them dumb. The law made them, they didn't have beautiful feet, right? They couldn't pick up their bed and walk, which means minister the gospel. They could not hear the word, bro. These people were deaf and blind. So when Peter cuts his ear off, 100% proving that these people, that the kingdom cannot hear, Jesus heals the hearing to the kingdom. That's the other side of this. So the kingdom is no longer just Jew. The Bible tells us there's no more Jew or Gentile. There's no more of that. The kingdom is built upon people who have ears to hear. Period. That's how the kingdom is built. here in this world, right? Which is the kingdom of God is here inside the people that are here. Kingdom of heaven is in heaven, but the kingdom of God is here. So no, what you're saying is not wrong. It's relevant because, matter of fact, just to prove what I'm saying about the law, when Jesus said, and he only said this to two people, great is thy faith, he tells them. He said, I have not seen such great a faith in all of Israel. If you don't understand why Jesus is saying that to these people, if you don't understand that, you're missing a huge monument, if you will, that Jesus is doing. And you got to understand that it was easy for them to believe that Jesus was going to do what he said he was going to do because they were focused on two things, that Jesus is doing it and it's going to happen. See, the Pharisees, the scribe and the Pharisees were only focused on one thing, how they hated Jesus. That's the only thing they're focused on. Now, they did understand his works, but they could not figure out how he's able to do this. So they still lacked. He said, what good work do you stone me for? And they say, oh, we don't stone you for all the good things you do. He's like, bro, a good tree bears good fruit. A bad tree bears good fruit. So if the fruit of me is good, how could I be evil? They're not understanding, bro. They do not understand. Jesus is making it very clear. If someone's spirit is born again, they're going to bear good fruit. This is not talking about that your flesh doesn't have a tendency to fail. It's talking about the spiritual fruit that come from the Spirit, through the flesh, from the Spirit. People being born again. There is no pastor you can bring that say he was perfect after he got born again, talking about his flesh. Your flesh doesn't become perfect. I don't know why people think this. Your spirit became perfect, but your flesh is not. And the Bible says that your flesh is dead. God sees your flesh as dead. It doesn't count anything towards heaven. It doesn't add anything to heaven. It's your spirit. It's because you've been born again. So to say that cut off, and this was pointing to the fact that they cannot, it's 100% true. They couldn't. But when Jesus told these two people, great is your faith, I ain't seen such greatest faith in all of Israel. Why? Because Jesus is pointing out that there's a difference between these two people that have great faith and the people of Israel. There is a difference. And the difference is that these were Gentiles. It's a strong thing to understand that. The centurion soldier and the Canaanite woman, they're Gentiles. Why would the Gentiles have more faith than Israel? They're saying that Israel had none. That's what he's saying. Israel had no faith, none. They had works. That's all they had. These people actually were using Jesus, who is faith. They were using him. You understand? They were not under the law, if you don't understand what I'm saying. Gentiles were not under the law. The Jews were. So because the Jews were under the law, they were hard of hearing. Because this whole time, they thought that the law, under Abraham and Moses and the law, they thought that that's how they were redeemed. That's why they're right with God. So these Gentiles were not under the law, which means they had nothing playing tug of war. They heard that Jesus was doing things. They believed that he could do it. And they said, hey, we need you to fix this problem. With no tug of war. The scribe and the Pharisees tugged with the law. They played tug of war with the law. It was hard for them to believe what this man was doing under God because their faith was in the law only, the physical law. So why did Jesus tell the two people, great is your faith, only twice? Why? What was the common denominator? They were Gentiles and they weren't under the law. So most of us that are even, in this live right now, we were Gentiles who became saved by the word. We were not under the law. You did not wake up. Daily activity had to do of the law. You didn't wake up, commit sacrifices, You weren't taught from age 5, hey, on these days we go burn meat offerings, we burn incense. You weren't taught all that when you were born. You know why? Because you weren't under the law. So you were a Gentile who heard the word and had great faith, just like those 2 Gentiles who were not under the law. You weren't under the law. You were under grace from the day you were born. You were under God's grace from the day you were born, if you receive it, is what I'm saying. You did not wake up and have to do these rituals and things. You weren't under the law. But see, the people of Israel, they were under the law. And Paul tells us the letter killeth. And just so to make sure that everyone knew what letter he was talking about, he said the one etched in stone. There's only one law etched in stone, and that's the 10 Commandments. And he said that letter killeth, that the 10 Commandments kill, and we know it's true. And we know that it's true because on the day that the 10 Commandments were given, 3,000 people died. The day that the 10 Commandments were given, 3,000 people died. But the day that the Spirit was given on Mount Sinai, 3,000 people were saved. For the letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life. Right? So what does this have to do with Malchus getting his ear taken away? Everything. It has everything to do with it. It's all relevant. His ear was cut off. They cannot hear the word. They can't hear it. So whenever his ear got healed, then you can see through the rest of the Bible, like the way Jesus authors it, that the kingdom's ear, the kingdom's hearing was only healed by Jesus. Only him. He's the only one that can hear that hearing. So.
And brother, about that part, is it if I can ask one last question? Is that cool?
Okay.
About the part that, because we knew Jesus was talking, right, before Peter came and did the whole removing the ear incident, right? Jesus was talking, correct?
Yeah.
So I would like to ask, was Peter a stumbling block to that high priest servant? And is the reason why that he removed his ear, he was a stumbling block, allowing the word and the preaching basically to be disconnected? He was a stumbling block until Christ went and healed it. Was he a stumbling block?
Was Peter a stumbling block to who?
To whoever, because he basically denied the preaching for removing his ear.
Okay, yeah. So Peter was a stumbling block because of his flesh, right? Which proves that your flesh is a stumbling block. Your flesh is. And so the Bible, if you pay attention to Peter, Peter was always boasting about how much he loved God, not how much God loved him. So you pay attention to Peter and John, right? John said, I'm the disciple who Jesus loves. Notice that he's not boasting about how much he loves God. Those are people who are under the law. They boast about how good they are and how bad you are. And they'll ask you, do you still sin? Do you still sin? Do you still sin? But they'll boast about how much they love God because they're under the law. And they're like, you need to be under the law. That's what they'll keep telling you. They're not understanding. They're just like a Jew person. They don't understand. So Peter would say, Lord, all these will leave you, but not I, Lord. I won't leave you. And Jesus is like, oh, yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Peter. You're right. But did you know you're going to deny me 3 times? Matter of fact, when you start boasting about how much you can do, you've fallen for grace. Peter fell from grace. He was no longer under grace when he said and boasted, Lord, all these will leave you, but not I. Anytime you boast about what you can do for God, matter of fact, before the 10 Commandments were given, the people said, any law that he gives us, that God gives us, we can do. They fell from grace. These people traveled from Egypt all the way to Mount Sinai, which is several miles, in the desert. 2 million people, bro, and not one person died. I don't think people are understanding the story. If you were traveling that far in the desert, somebody's going to die, bro. 2 million people, statistically, that's impossible. Unless they were under the grace of God, which they were. And they were not tempted to make a golden calf until when? Until the law was given. What does the Bible say? For the law strengthens sin. Is that what the Bible says? The law strengthens sin?
Yep.
Okay. How do we know it's true? Because as soon as the law was given at Mount Sinai, that's when they're making a calf, a golden calf. And don't tell me, well, they didn't have the gold. Don't tell me that, because they left Egypt with gold. They had all the gold. They could have made a golden calf at any time. But while they were under the grace of God, none of that happened. They were not tempted to make a gold. Why? Because they were under the grace of God. But as soon as they get to Mount Sinai, the law's given, and now they want to make a golden calf. Why? Because the law strengthens sin. That's what it does. It kills. It kills faith, and it strengthens sin. That's what the law does. Okay? So, so with that being said, what other point was I going to make? Oh, crap. Hold on.
Peter.
That was beautiful, brother. Amen. Praise God.
Yeah, sorry. Hey, sorry about that. I had to confirm I was still here. That the screen went black. So I'm saying all that to say that Peter, when Peter said, "Lord, all these may leave you, but not I." Well, guess what? He just fell from grace. Not only did he deny Jesus, he did it 3 times. Not just one time, 3 times. Not only that, he ran away and cussed every time they brought up, hey, don't you know Jesus? The Bible, if you study it in the Greek, it kind of sounds like Peter was cussing people out, bro. Not only was he denying it, he was cussing them out of anger for calling him out for knowing Jesus. And why did that happen? Because he boasted, and he's trying to prove that he loves God more than everybody. And when you do that, when you boast about how good you are, I'm under the law, you need to be under the law, bro, you have fallen from grace, my friend. That's what fallen from grace is. Fallen from grace is not sinning. That's not fallen from grace. Fallen from grace is when you boast about how you think your flesh can love God. Your flesh can't love God. No matter how much you try, your flesh cannot do it. Your flesh is enmity with the Spirit. Paul says, there is no good thing in me. In parentheses, that is in my flesh. There is no good thing in your flesh. I don't care how good you try to make your flesh to be, there's no good thing there. But the reason that we put the flesh in subject to the Spirit is to prove that the older will become the slave. The older, the firstborn, will become the slave to the secondborn. That's why. That's why we subject the flesh to obey us. Not because we're going to earn something. No, to prove that Christ told the truth, that you have to be born again. Why? Because the Spirit is what inherits the kingdom, not the flesh. The flesh does not inherit. You making your flesh be good has nothing to do with the kingdom. But you subjecting the flesh to obey the Spirit is what contests of Christ. That's what contests of Christ. So Peter boasting, how many times do we see this? He says, watch this. They're all sitting at the table and Jesus is like, one of you is going to betray me. Look what Peter does. He goes to the one that says, I'm the disciple who Jesus loves. John wasn't the one that was bragging about how much he loved Jesus. No, my friend, he bragged about how much Jesus loved him. So Peter knew there's a connection between John and Jesus. I don't know what it is, but when Jesus said, one of you is going to betray me, Peter beckons to John and says, hey, who's he talking about? So the one that's bragging that he loves Jesus the most, why is he asking John, who's he talking about, John? Because at that point, Peter still didn't get it. Peter still didn't get that it's not about how much you love God. It's about understanding how much he loves you. That's the point, how much he loves you. Right here, the story we just went over, they come to get Jesus, or better yet, let me back off. Jesus starts talking about, guys, I want to let y'all know that I'm going to have to be unalived. And Peter's like, oh no. let it be far from you, Lord. No, that ain't going to happen. It's like, hey, Satan, can you be quiet for a second? I bet Peter was like, why you call me Satan? Well, I'm Satan. What are you talking about? Not understanding that Jesus is talking to the carnal mind, saying, man, shut up, bro. What are you talking about? It's something I have to do. And then Elisha on the Mount of Transfiguration, Elisha and Moses show up, and here comes Peter again. He's like, Lord, this is great. Let us make a temple for everybody. And then the voice spoke, was like, hey, this is my son. You hear what he has to say. Like, Peter, you shut up. Hey, carnal mind, can you be quiet already? So Peter was a huge stumbling block, big time. But that's why Jesus called him pebble, meaning one small part of coming upon the foundation, right? Not the foundation. Jesus is the foundation. Jesus is the foundation, not Peter. You know, when people play around with that, oh, well, he wasn't calling him the rock. He called him a pebble, bro. But it's a pebble on top of the foundation. So what he was calling when he said, I call you Peter, pebble, right? Upon this, I will build my church. What is he talking about? He's talking about the spiritual revelation. One revelation that comes from the Father, one at a time. This is what's building the church, not Peter. It had nothing to do with Peter. If people want to say that Peter is the Pope, then Peter is Satan, because God called him Satan too. You can't pick and choose which one God. You can't say, oh, well, he was talking to Satan. Okay, then. So if he's talking to Peter about the revelation, then he's talking to the Spirit, my friend. You cannot choose, oh, he was talking to Peter's physical body here, but over here he was talking to a spiritual Peter. You can't pick and choose. Either Jesus was calling Peter both the Pope and Satan, or he was talking to Satan, which is a spiritual entity, and over here he was talking to the Spirit. You can't split it. It's either both physical or both spiritual here. In the context, you can see that to be true, that he was telling spiritual Satan, talking about the carnal mind, telling him to shut up. And then over here, he was referring to the spiritual revelation that was given to Peter. One or the other. You can't pick and choose. It has to be both. So yes, Peter, before he received the Spirit, Peter was a stumbling block, 100%. But then watch this. Peter receives the Spirit, and what happens? He has no more fear. You see it come true in Peter. He says, not by your might, but by my Spirit. Peter was always trying to do everything by his might, and he was wrong every time. He was scared. He ran away. He didn't want nothing to do with Jesus. The verse says that God did not give us a spirit of fear, but a spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. Now, Peter's got power. He's got the love of God inside of him because he received the Spirit of Mount Sinai. And then he's got a sound mind. Now he's thinking soberly. He's not intoxicated by his flesh. He's sober. And when he receives the Spirit, the one that was scared, bro, ran away, denied him, he stood up and he preached a sermon that saved 3,000 people. Imagine that. The part of the man that was the stumbling block now could see, hear, he was soberly minded. The Spirit put everything in proper context. He was no longer afraid. So you see a complete transformation of this man that was in his flesh like a complete fool, but his heart was right. And Jesus and it's funny, out of all the people, Jesus tells Peter, Peter, you can't stay up with me 1 hour? No, he can't. That's the whole point. God had to do it. He couldn't stay up 1 hour. And that's why he said the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, meaning you're given in to the flesh. But as soon as Peter received the Spirit, he preached a sermon without fear that saved 3,000 people. Were saved that day. That's a lot of people, man, in one sermon. Just saying. So that's a little synopsis on Peter there.
And Brother Trot, sorry to be a bit annoying with the questions today. It's just because I have them ready since last night. And this is if I can ask the last question about Peter. Is that cool?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. It has something to do with his death, right? Like the way he died, right?
Okay.
We know that Peter was crucified upside down, and most people like to say the reason why he got crucified upside down was because he did not feel worthy of dying the same way Christ did, right?
Okay.
So
I don't actually know that.
I have another interpretation for it as well. I don't know if my interpretation could be correct, because we know that Peter was extremely carnal, right? So I feel like the way he chose to be the way he chose to die, as in being hung upside down.
Trent, hold on a second, okay? Give me a second. Hold on. Sorry.
Sure, no problem. Take your time.
God bless you all. I miss you all. Sorry I've not been in here very much.
You're good. We can't all be on here all the time.
But I'm excited to show Trot what I got. Hey Trenton, how are you doing, brother? Hey Saba. Hey Jennifer.
God bless you, sister. God bless.
God bless you, Jody. Hope you're doing well, sister.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Just hanging in there. What I've been doing is staying in the Word. So, yeah, just being in my Word, reading from that Bible that I just bought. So, God bless you, brother.
Man, who let her up? Man, hold on a second. Let me get her out of here. What's up, man? What's going on?
Trot.
Hey, hold on. Let me, Jody, hold on. I don't want to step over. Trent, what were you saying? Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, brother. It's about the way that he died. So I see Peter's death as a symbol of him putting his him unaliving his carnal mind, or yet disconnecting it. Because when a person is hung upside down, the blood rushes to the brain, fully disconnecting the brain, but for the rest of the body, it still works until he passes. But the brain, from the neck all the way to the top of the head, it gets disconnected. You can no longer open your eyes, for example, move your mouth, nor hear, nor see.
All right. Well, let's say this. Let's do this. All right, let's do this. Where in the Bible does it say that Peter got hung upside down?
I don't know. Do I have to pull up the verse?
I don't think it's in the Bible.
I can help you. It doesn't say it.
It doesn't say that.
All right.
No.
So if it doesn't say that, where are we getting this from?
I don't know. Someone said in the comment the book of Martyr.
All right. So listen, Trent, before we go over Peter's death, right, I want you to find out where it's coming from, how Peter died, where it's coming from.
Sure.
Right. So let's do that. Right. Because, you know, I've kind of been there a few times. And don't get me wrong. I wasn't there, bro. I wasn't there when he became unalived. So clearly I'm not claiming that I was standing there and I know exactly how he passed. I don't. But there are people that says that they were there and they're writing it down. I'm just saying, after I kind of looked into this a little bit, you know, there's another way to view it. So again, let me ask you this. Disciples, who do we know that's in the Bible? It tells us how they passed.
Judas.
Okay, Judas. Who else?
There was another one. I think the soldier cut off, right, his head. I'm not sure what was his name.
John the Baptist's head was cut off.
All right, Stephen's another one. So we got Stephen, we got Judas. So is there anybody else?
John
Ananias and his wife.
So what I'm saying is there are some people that we know, like, there are people that are mentioned in the Bible how they passed. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about Old Testament. I'm talking about New Testament. Talking about New Testament, guys. So yeah, Trent, do that. Try to find out where are we getting the idea or information. Where is it coming from about how Peter became unalived? Like, where is it coming from? Right. So there's some other people that passed, like Paul the Apostle, and then you can ask. Okay, you can find out, how do we know if it's true that Paul the Apostle was unalived this certain way? How do we know it's true that Peter was alive? And so let's keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind. But bring it up tomorrow, Trent, if you want. Goliath? Hulk, why you what? Hulk, what are you talking about?
You asked how we knew how people die.
No, he said disciples.
No, I said disciples.
Oh, I thought you meant anybody in the
No,
Bible.
hold on. Did I say disciples out loud, or was that in my head?
No, you
said
didn't hear you
disciples.
say it.
Yeah, you
I
did.
thought you
You
said
said
everybody.
Okay,
No,
all
he
right.
said it.
Sorry, I walked away from the phone for a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I thought I did, but I mean, I could have not, but I thought I did say disciples. But if not, that's what I meant. I'm talking about the disciples, right? Because Trent's bringing up, he's bringing up how Peter passed, and I asked him, where in the Bible does it say how Peter passed? And I asked that. It's not in there. It doesn't tell us. And so there is an argument about that. But I don't want to get into the argument. But either way, Trent, I still think it'd be a good study. Just go find out where we're learning, where this came from tomorrow. No big deal.
Sure. Thank you, brother.
All right, guys, it's almost 1 o'clock. I'm going to hop off.
Can I show you something, brother?
What's the topic? Jody, what's the topic? What are we talking about here? Holy Bible. You got a pink Holy Bible? What does it say right there? Read it out loud.
King James.
King James? Please tell me you didn't spend any money on that. Jody.
Yes.
I told you not to buy one, bro. You can get it on your phone for free.
Yeah, we can't see it anyway, Jody. I can't see.
No, it's all right. Hey, Jody, bring it up.
Cool.
Hey,
That's
Jody,
cool,
bring it up tomorrow, and we'll look at it tomorrow because I got to hop off. So is anybody, other than Jody right now, has anybody got anything to say before we run out?
God bless. Have a good day.
All right. Anybody else?
God bless you all.
Tomorrow, after we discuss Trent's topic, can we talk about the toe and the thumb also? Because that has something to do with judgment also. Right? The right thumb and the right toe.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. And probably most people know what I might say based on other things, but just remember, the right side is the righteousness of God. It's not judgment. This is the right side. Okay, so we'll talk about the thumb, the ear, the big toe. We'll talk about it tomorrow. That's what Jennifer wants to go over, so we'll go over it. No big deal. But anybody
Well, it's,
do what?
Judges chapter 1, when it's saying that, I can't say the guy's name properly, but his right thumb and his right toe was cut off.
Yeah, but what's the context? What's the context of that? Why was it cut off? Right. So the context.
Well, I see it as there would be no atonement for him.
Yeah, but right. So in context, it all matters, right? So like in the context of the right ear, the thumb, and the right big toe, when the blood was put on that, right? In context, this is the cleansing of the right side, which can only happen through the blood of Christ. So that was a shadow. So in context, you understand what I'm saying. So we'll go over the one you're talking about, and in context, you'll see why they were cut off. Okay, we'll go over it, right? But the right side itself does not represent judgment. So just because someone's right toe got cut off, that's the right side, but why is it getting cut off? So there's context there, and we'll go over it tomorrow. Does anybody else got something to say?
God bless you, Trot.
Absolutely.
Yes, the Lord, Hosanna in the highest, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, glory to God. And then everything is vanity except Jesus and his love. And thank you so much, teacher Todd.
Absolutely. Anybody else?
Yeah, sorry, real quick, right?
Oh.
Is number 16, the number 16 verse 30 aligned with what you said earlier? They become like pillars in heaven or pillars of salt.
Number 16. I mean, is it just a verse or two? We can go read it real quick. What is it?
Yes, it's number 16. I think, hang on, I'm going to flip it right now.
Okay.
I think it's verse 30.
All right, let me go there with you.
It's always Himalaya or Saba.
Man, I tell you, they're little bullies, bro. They're bullies. All right. All right.
Himalaya talks fast. He gets in there quick.
Yes, it's like, and you're like, oh, shoot. All right. Number 16. All right.
Yeah, we can start from verse 32.
All right, hold on. Let me read the main. What's the main verse? Let's go over the main verse first.
The Korah's rebellion, basically.
Okay, no. What verse? 16 what? What's the main verse?
Main verse would be okay, 39.
Okay, hold on. All right. Number 1639 says, and Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers wherewith they that were burnt had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar. Okay, so what's the question now about number 16?
And verse 40 also.
Oh, okay. To be a memorial, unto the children of Israel, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron, come near to offer incense before the Lord, and that be not as Korah and as his company, as the Lord, said to him. I didn't get this out of the shadow. I can't read. Said to the Lord, said it to him by the hand of Moses. Okay, all right. So what about it?
Okay, so the Lot's wife, right, became the pillar of salt, and then the Revelation we were studying that becoming pillar.
Okay, well, I thought you were going to read something that had the word pillar in it.
No.
No.
But
Okay.
I was like, isn't this the same thing?
Or? Oh well. Okay. No. Okay. So are you talking about Aaron's sons that got burned up?
No, the Korah and his people, not the Aaron's son.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Yeah. So let's go to. Yeah, but where's the thing that talks about Aaron's? Hold on. I mean, Korah's. Where's the part where it says? It says right here. Okay, 8. I think it's right here. And Moses said unto Korah, "Here I pray you, here, son of Levi." No, that's not it. My bad. Where's it at where Korah does the thing that he does? Let's see. Speaking, the earth opened her mouth, swallowed them up. I think it's right here. It might be 29. It says, if these men die, the common death, but if the Lord make a new thing, no, it's not it. And it came to pass, he made an end of speaking his words, and the ground clave asunder under them, and the earth opened the mouth and swallowed up their houses, and all the man that appeared attained unto Korah and all their gods. Yeah, but where's the thing at? I think it's right. Let's see. I'm gonna find it. All right. Hey, this is what we'll do. We'll go over it tomorrow. Okay. So Himalaya, come up tomorrow and we'll bring this up. And don't forget to say what you said, which was, does this have the same thing to do with Lot's wife? Okay. So don't forget to say that. And we'll go over the core issue tomorrow and see if Trent brings, let's see, Cool Kingdom. What time? Are you new here? Maybe you are. Cool Kingdom, no offense. So I'm in Central time. So every morning, Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. And I know it's already 1, but the real time is supposed to be 8:30 to 10:30 a.m. Central time. So right now it's approximately 1 o'clock okay, because I'm in Texas. I'm new here. Okay, Cool Kingdom. Well, thanks for making a comment. I know there's people that's new and they usually don't make any comments, so appreciate making a comment. So the time is Central Time. So whatever area you're from, figure the math out. Like I said, right now it's approximately 1 p.m. in Texas. So look at your clock and say, okay, well, I'm this many hours away. So 8:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Friday is when we start. And, it's not always perfect. Sometimes the live doesn't open till 9. So just remember, every morning the live is going to open, but I try my best. I think today it might have been 8:45. So I try my best to make it happen at 8:30 on the dot. It's not always easy. But we're supposed to get off at 10:30. We usually don't get off till about 11:30. And then of course we can blame Saba and Himalaya, because we'll be on here till 12 or 1 o'clock, which I know there's people at work right now loving it because they're like, my day flies by, but I got stuff to do. And they come up here and bully.
You like my picture?
Oh my God. Run. All right. But yeah, so the bell. Yeah, so cool. I don't know how long you've been on TikTok, but what you want to do is, I don't know if you already followed Descaled. If you did, great. But go into your account and turn your notifications on. It's like you'll be notified whenever the live comes on. Like, I don't know, whatever chime you choose, but basically your phone will go off. Like you got a text message, but it may not be the same sound as a text message, right? It may be a completely different sound. And some people said that they wouldn't get text, but what happened, I found out what was happening. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Excuse me. Some people would have their notification on vibrate. So your phone would just vibrate and you never hear it. And you're like, oh, I missed a live. So you got to go in there and make sure that whatever your sound is loud enough that you're going to hear it. That's one thing. Go ahead, Hulk.
The easy thing to do is just go up here to Descaled, that little Descaled round symbol, click on it. It's going to bring up a little page. You'll see a bell to the right. Click on that bell and it's hit all. And every time it goes live, it'll ding on your phone if you got your volume on. It's that simple.
Okay, so he's talking about right above my finger up here, there's a Descaled symbol. You'll see this symbol right here should be on the top left of your screen. He's saying if you click on it, a bell should pop up or something, and you can hit all. Make sure you hit all. So anytime.
Yeah, bell be to the right of that. Click on the bell and then just click all. You'll be good to go.
But that's just not to cool. Okay, there's other people in here that still may not even know that's there. So it's still an option. But anyway, all right, guys, we're hopping off. Anybody got anything to say before we go? Trent, you got a last thing? You're the only one that ain't said something.
I was about to say thank you for your patience with me, brother. God bless you.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for the beautiful teaching.
Absolutely. Okay, guys, God bless. We'll see you all in the morning.
Okay.